delighted to have you here. I'm just going to go around and make certain everyone signs in. I'm Barb Noseworthy, Mayor, and it is 8:37.
Jessica Buell, City Councilor.
Kim Baxter, City Councilor.
Yolanda Halsey, Baker Tilly Consultants.
Melissa and Olivia, can you please sign in and also possibly turn your video on?
Hi, Mayor. Melissa Youssef. I think I might leave my video. Every time it says I can't start my video because the host has disabled it, but I also may stay black given where I am located.
I understand.
Olivia Bosman, City Councilor, same issue with the video.
Okay. You guys are going to need to make certain you raise your hands for questions.
So I've got you guys. I just unchecked that, so now you should be able to start video. That's sometimes that setting gets turned off and on and it messes with us. Sorry about that.
I'm just saying hi. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Kim, did you mute the mic there in the conference room?
Yeah, because we can't hear anything.
Way off over there.
Yeah. Okay. Now
Okay.
can you guys hear us?
Now we can. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, Yolanda. Welcome.
We are gonna get this, you guys.
Welcome to
That's
snowy,
why we started early.
welcome to snowy Durango. We've got about 12 minutes before we need to step out and be ready for the first candidate.
Okay.
What do you want us, first of all, thank you for the good work. We received compliments on your interaction with some of the candidates, so I just want to pass that on to you, and I'll make sure we also pass it on to all of Baker Tilly. But what do you want us, we have the interview packet, what do you want us to be aware of?
So you have your list of questions, obviously. There are 15 questions, and then if there are follow-up questions that you need to ask as you go along, if there's anything in the material, if the respective candidates' materials, feel free to ask any questions related to that. Obviously, you have the interview guide where you want to stay away from discriminatory questions, potentially discriminatory questions. And really just make sure that you get out of this process what you need to get out of the process to make sure that you can make an informed decision for your next city attorney. So I think you all have been through this before and have a pretty good handle on how to interview. So really for Oliver and Melissa, are they going to ask questions, or will just the three of you ask questions?
Well, first of all, we would want to make certain that we follow the same process for each candidate, and we have those 15 questions that we agreed upon.
Yeah.
So what I'd like to suggest, so that those on video are also participating, is that you also raise, we go around in a round robin and you do the questions as well. Melissa and Olivia, you okay with that?
Yes, except for I want to make sure I have those questions for those in the interview packet, the 100-page packet from Baker Tilly.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Okay,
what each candidate, we've got an overall score sheet in that packet, and then the
Yep.
and then the questions are listed for each candidate.
Okay, same questions for each candidate.
Comments, which is really nice.
Yeah. So as you go through that, first person will be Clayton. Then I also want to make clear you've got it.
It's Cyril.
Cyril is our first one. Okay,
Mhm.
I got the schedule wrong. Okay.
What's the name of that?
So the first person will be Cyril, and what else did I want to say? What we'll do is there's a scoring form. We won't do that today. It's individually scoring. Tomorrow during executive session, we'll want to hear from the executive leadership team a summary of what they found as strengths and weaknesses of each. I need to get my list out. I got the wrong sheet out first.
My notes report. Sorry, I'm trying to pull it up.
Yeah, it's in that package of 8 attachments.
Yeah, that's what I was pulling up all.
Yeah,
of
it was a
those.
lot.
I know, I was trying to find which one. I'm like, where is
Okay,
this?
so our order is
In the
Clayton.
final report, it says final report is
Yeah.
what they're at.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking for the questions as well, you guys. I'm
Finalist report. Got it. Do you have that one open?
So look,
I-
search Kyle, because Kyle sent it to us last. So
Oh,
he
yeah,
should-
yeah, I found it. So you gave us, yeah, so we can kind of answer, you gave us space to like fill in the blanks. Right?
What's the order? Who's coming today? Cyril?
Cyril, Mark, John, lunch, and Cody.
So my understanding is that either during the interviews or afterwards, we can write whatever we want to on our sheets. And then are the ideas that we go home tonight and we do this?
Yeah, and,
This
and
kind of
that's
thing,
just
and
for
then-
you, that's optional if you want to use it or not, it's
And-
just the tool to help you.
And then tomorrow in our executive session, these are the kind of things we've been talking about. as comments.
Yes. The note taker, and you just want to take it on note on here, that's really your choice, it's just a tool for you to highlight based on those areas. But not absolute. And what I often do is put a copy of the questions in front of the candidate so that they can see them.
Okay.
And you don't have to repeat necessarily. Sometimes if it's a multi-part
So you
question,
got a set for that one?
I might need another copy. Actually. Is Carla here?
She's running an errand, but she'll
Oh,
be
okay.
here shortly.
Okay.
Also, so we also we'll start with just going around here, and then Melissa, I'll call on you, and Olivia, you, so you'd be like questions 4 and 5. Did you talk to the candidates about, since this is an open process, some of them could actually be watching it and have the advantage of hearing the questions in advance? Well, that's, that's their, it's option. I mean,
Yeah.
it will-
Well, we're not going to necessarily ask all 15 questions either, so they might be different for different candidates. Some
Well, no, they're all the same
They're all the same.
unless you ask some follow-up
Additional.
questions.
Yeah, they need to be consistent. with
Well, I'm just saying that some of the candidates might talk long enough that we don't get to all.
Oh, that's true. They might answer some
Yeah.
again, but yeah.
Yeah.
So one, and I'll keep track of time, and what I do, and part of the strategy of letting them know, okay, we have 15 questions and you have this amount of time to get through them, so be kind of concise in your responses.
Great, sounds good.
So can you see if others join?
Yes, they'll show up on the top. If their videos, well, they'll show up on the top even if their videos are off.
Okay, so we'll be able to see if anyone.
I think only those that are,
Panelists.
only panelists are up there. I think we have to ask Nick.
Okay.
We can just show them at the bottom.
You just pull it up on the right.
So under participants.
Yeah,
Hold on. This is not the most fun mouse.
Are we in executive session?
oh,
No.
This is open.
yes, we're in the,
Okay, so
we're in the
So
finance-
yes.
who are we expecting? Are we expecting the candidates to show up here?
No, they're
So
gonna
who are
come
we expecting?
Well, no, they're just saying they could potentially, because it is an open meeting. So it'd be some of the
Oh.
later candidates. Jump on.
Sorry, everyone. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for attendees and I'll promote them.
Oh, we can
Well,
leave that
no,
up there.
we
too.
don't want them promoted.
yeah, we don't want them
They have to
promoted.
stay in the
Don't
audience.
want them. Right. Okay, yeah.
But we don't need the, well, I don't know. Feel funky about that too, though. Okay. That's what we've got.
That's great. All right, so
So if
we'll
I
get started.
see someone hop on, I mean, if they're identifiable, I don't have a problem texting saying, hey, can you not do that?
I
Probably won't.
well, they may or may not, because, but that's,
Yeah.
and somebody's gotta go first, so it's,
Yeah.
it's the way it happens. So, I am. I think those from Kyle.
I went to and presented at the high school, and she gave me a bunch of those to like pass out, and the kids loved them.
Yeah.
Like the hair.
Right, let me go check.
I was gonna say, I'll go
I
stand.
can't-
Oh, you're gonna go stand, okay, perfect.
Take my key card and then just lock the door behind me.
the candidates sit where?
I'll be right next to you, just so those guys can see. It's a little easier if we're
Okay,
congregated this way.
okay.
Barbara, not to take your space away, but if the candidate was right there, he'd be facing.
That's
the-
okay, that's good, that's a better point. I don't have a problem with that. Yolanda, I'll sit next, how about we move over, sit next to right over there.
Okay,
You're fine right here.
okay.
You're fine right here. I'm just gonna get behind you and then I can take up a little bit of this space.
Well, here, you want to sit here and I'll move on?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I just wanted to get a little bit of that space.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Cyril's here,
Great.
and we'll have you sit down at the end down there, and we have two counselors here on the Zoom.
Great.
Welcome. Come on in.
So sorry, we have to have you squeeze
It's
by,
okay, you can
Sarah.
go this way, this way.
Oh, that was better, okay.
Yeah, we got this.
All right.
All right.
I'm Jessica.
Hi, Cyril.
Nice to meet you.
Who you probably know.
Yes.
Nice to meet you in person, Yolanda.
Yes, likewise.
Good to see you again, Cyril.
Yeah.
I hope you had a nice evening.
I did, and I meant to ask you about that film festival yesterday.
Yeah, it was good. Okay. All right, this meeting is, yeah, that's for another,
Okay.
but this one.
Hi, Cyril. Sorry, we're all, that you've got two also on Zoom.
Yes.
I'm Melissa Youssef.
Nice to meet you.
Olivier Bosman's here. Welcome to Durango.
Thank you.
So Cyril. Welcome. What we have is about, we're gonna get started a little bit early, but we have allocated about an hour for this process. Questions that we've agreed upon, and you can see those there, that we've agreed upon, and we'll go around, pretty much follow that format. We'll start asking questions here. We'll also have Melissa and Olivier ask some questions, the same questions through the process. If we, so I want you just to, from a timing point of view, we would like to get through all of those. There also you may say something that may lead to a follow-up question as well. And then we also want to allow time for questions that you might have. So I want to kind of set that stage for that. I do want you guys to know that all candidates got a tour yesterday. Kim and I drove around with them, spent about an hour looking around town.
With each candidate.
An hour with each candidate, yes, an hour and 10 minutes. So you've got a sense of town. And I think all of them have had a meal at some restaurant in town as well, one or two meals. So, and then Yolanda, I also want to thank you for the whole process that you've been engaged with. I've been very pleased with the services.
Mayor,
Yes.
Mayor, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that I apologize that I'm not there in person. I would love to be. So my apologies sincerely, because I would love nothing more than to be in person, but I am out of the country. And so it was really not an option for me, and I did not want to miss this. So thank you for putting up with me for this Zoom. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate the effort you made to put in to be here. Melissa, I appreciate
Okay, Cyril. So we're going to start with, just provide us with a brief professional introduction and what attracts you to the city attorney position.
Well, I've been a municipal attorney in Colorado, or a local government attorney in Colorado since 2004. I originally was working for Graham County, which is, it's going to be just on the west side of the Continental Divide, in what was considered Middle Park at one point. I was the only full-time attorney there. There was a part-time county attorney who was on the contract. My chief responsibility was to advise the city's planning department and planning officials. And I was in that position for roughly 4 years. Then I decided to come down into the Denver metro area. I worked briefly for a special district firm, primarily advising developers on how to form districts within Jefferson County and Arapahoe County. And then, because our clients were developers, in 2008, when
Everything went
everything
south.
went kind of south, a lot of our developer clients said, we're just gonna put this on hold. And at that point, I moved to private practice that represented municipalities under contract. And I worked then with 2 small statutory communities in Weld County, the town of Frederick and the town of Meade. And it's in Frederick where I really found a real calling and interest in municipal law as opposed to the county law or the county level. And in Frederick, I had an opportunity to really help the town deal with setbacks in regard to development, annexation, enforcement of local land use regulations for oil and gas operations. We were one of the first municipalities that challenged an oil and gas operator's application to put in a new well. I think I detailed this in some of my application materials. We weren't successful in requiring the oil and gas operator to comply with our local requirements, but it kind of started a conversation, and I think the result led to kind of a healthier recognition of local interests. Maybe not in Frederick, but anyway. Then I had the opportunity to go in-house again with the city of Fort Collins, and that's where I've been for the last roughly 10 years. And there, I'm a part of a team of attorneys. There are 15 of us in the office. 5 of them are just on the municipal court side. And the initial part of my time with Fort Collins, I was the second chair or the second attorney doing land use for the city. Now I primarily focus on utility and regulatory work, procurement, capital projects, and advising we have 5 utilities: water, wastewater, stormwater, electric, broadband utility. And it's really in Fort Collins, I think, that I've really seen the potential for making an impact as a municipal attorney. When the opportunity came up here in Durango, I was reminded of how much I really admired the city growing up. I grew up here, I mean, not in this part of Colorado, but I grew up in Colorado. And I really found that life in the mountains really represented kind of the true heart of what Colorado was about. And that was actually one of the reasons I moved back to Colorado after law school. I went to law school in the Bay Area, and it may sound a little funny, but I just felt a little separated from nature. There's no division between cities in Southern California or Central California. And having grown up here, I thought, this is the place where I want to be. And Durango provided an opportunity to not only do that from a professional standpoint, but all you have to do is step outside, look around, and it's just an amazing place.
I'm gonna go to Jessica next. Based on your knowledge of the city of Durango, what do you feel will be the most significant challenges for the new city attorney? And then how would you propose to meet those challenges?
So, the city is at a point where it's really feeling pressure from a variety of sources. One of those is going to be maintaining the quality of life and the culture for people who live here, as well as anticipating the future. And I think one of the challenges is going to be helping the decision makers, the policy makers, to recognize that while things need to change, there is a brand to Durango. And it's going to be attracting, people, but we also need to ask ourselves if we are going to become a tourist, recreation-driven community, or whether we want to incentivize industry. And I think helping the counselors maintain that balance, whether it's approaching and continuing the conversations with developers around, and talk about some of the affordable housing and senior housing projects that are going on, rather than stripping down the lots and rebuilding them as multi-story facilities, helping to convert them as motels, or from motels to multifamily. I think that's a really smart way to do it. I think there are going to need to be a lot of conversations with the county and with the Southern Ute about shared resources, regional collaborations, because both of those governments are going to be impacted by more people and more demand on services. Those conversations are going to be some of the most challenging, in part because there may not be agreement among the decision makers about the steps to move forward. And I see one of the chief responsibilities of a legal advisor is to be a bit of a mediator, so that the council can effectively execute its duties.
Describe a time in which you weighed the pros and cons of the situation and decided not to take action, even though you were under pressure to do so. Why and what was the outcome?
A time I had to weigh the pros and cons. I suspect this is probably in the professional context.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Well, I think we had a particular situation with our electric utility where not to get too much into the weeds about it, but the city of Fort Collins is we formed a joint action agency to do our electric generation. It's called Platte River Power Authority. We formed it with 3 other municipalities. And under that, there are certain restrictions about how much energy each municipality can generate versus how much we have to buy from the joint action agency, the generator. And within that narrow band of energy that we could generate, the city was approached by a community solar developer who wanted to put in a community solar garden. And we explored that. It was roughly a 5-acre parcel. And they wanted to have a certain model for how members of the community would subscribe to it and get the energy, and get the credits for the energy. Well, that all went fine until they started to have some financial issues, and they were going into bankruptcy. And one of the things that came up was, does the city want to buy out the developer so that the city will now own the facility? And I sat down with the city manager, the electric utility director, and the utility executive director over all the utilities. And we talked about the pros and cons of whether we should do that, what our obligations would be to the customers in terms of the contracts. They'd all bought 25-year contracts through the developer, and they were presumably all anticipating getting benefits, credits through the full year, the full contract term. But the city had no idea what those contracts looked like, and so we didn't want to step into their shoes. And as it would be, they wanted us to buy them out at a certain amount. They didn't want to show us any of their contracts until we had guaranteed to provide them with a check. And I recommended that we not do it right now. Just wait and see what happens. And we talked to the customers about whether they'd be open to transitioning those subscription agreements. As it turns out, they were desperate enough to offload the property as part of their bankruptcy plan, that they offered it to the city for some nominal amount. But that was a far better outcome than the city paying for basically the creditors, paying the creditors, their other creditors. And it ended up being preserving a lot of goodwill within the community and within our customers, our customer base, because rather than using more ratepayer revenue to buy out a developer who had made representations that they may not have been able to actually uphold, we instead were able to acquire an asset, and most of the customers were able to changing over the benefits, the schedule of recovering on their investment. So it worked out well. I guess that's a pro and con. I decided not to proceed with purchasing, even though there was a lot of pressure from city council as far as the public perception of what would happen if this solar garden, which we had really put out there as kind of a hallmark type project, advancing our renewable efforts and our city's climate action goals, if it had just stopped and it would just be there and essentially junk, right as you drove into town. So it ended up turning out well. We didn't take the original course of action.
Melissa, how about if you take the fourth question? Are you with us, Melissa?
I am. I was just looking for a chord. I would love to take the fourth question. I would like you, please, Cyril, if you could describe your ability to handle sensitive political issues and problems. Please provide examples of how you have dealt with these issues in the past.
I would say that I am politically conscious the impact of decisions and who is making those decisions, right? I think there's a lot, as opposed to being apolitical, where I just don't really take a, I have my own personal views, but I also understand that it's important for elected officials to be responsive and that there's sensitivity in decisions that they make. Some examples of how I've handled that. I believe that it's important to have discretion and to be available for officials to consult with prior to making decisions. And the curious thing that I've observed is there's a lot that happens in the public forum, and there's a lot that happens outside of the public forum. And I would say that the value for the community is that there are those two sides. An example I'll provide for you is when I was working in Grand County, there was one county commissioner who wanted to support a measure that the other the other commissioners wanted to, and it's a 3-member county, Board of County Commissioners. However, he wanted to be responsive to his constituents who did not necessarily support this effort. So we talked before going into the vote about what would actually happen, what the pros and cons were of this approach, and why he felt it was necessary to not necessarily come out with his support for the measure, but to make sure that it passed. He wanted to be able to voice the concerns of his constituents without necessarily voting down a measure. And I think that a lot of those discussions need to happen, the deliberation. Some of it needs to be in public so that the public can see how the process goes and see how decisions are made. But some of it also needs to be held in confidence with legal counsel or management counsel who can help elected officials evaluate the pros and cons. So that particular matter involved the acquisition of some real property in collaboration, conservation district. And another example of how I have worked with issues like that. I'd say currently in Fort Collins, we not only had this one issue with the community solar garden project, which required a fair amount of sensitivity to how to present the facts to the public in an open session, or how to demonstrate to the public that we were recognizing the council's obligation to ratepayers in the charter with whatever decision we were making. But there was also a matter where the city had hired a software developer to develop a utility billing system. And as we got down the road, it was clear that the project was going south. We weren't meeting, the developer wasn't meeting certain milestones, and we had already sunk in. It was around $7 million. And the developer had said, well, it'll be at least another 13 million to finish this. And the whole project was supposed to be maximum 9 million. And so it was a necessary product. It was a utility billing system for the 5 utilities. And it represented the most significant revenue accounting system for the city. And here it was, not going to be delivered on the 18-month schedule, but not delivered 50% now of what was the anticipated cost now is going to be 100% higher than what was originally bid. At any rate, a lot of issues with that, not only the political side of it, but actually the financial side. So I held a number of meetings with city council members, the utility directors. I wrote a series of memos explaining how we got to the point we were in, what options we had, and then I helped the city retain a utility system consultant to help us evaluate what went wrong, whether it could be fixed, and then I participated in the decision-making about whether we were going to cut off the contract or continue working.
Great.
Some of that needed to happen in public. Some of it needed to happen before we went out into the public sector.
Great. Olivier.
Thank you for the answers so far. Cyril, my question here is, how will you develop processes between the city attorney's office and departments for legal review?
I think the first step is going to be to set up meetings within the first 30 to 60 days with each of the department heads, not only to just have coffee and become familiar with the faces, but also to understand how they have worked with the city attorney's office in the past, what their expectations are around improving those conversations, where they've had successes, and finding out their preferences with regard to advising. Do they prefer written advisements? Do they prefer or emails? Do they prefer meetings? And then from there, this is a rare opportunity to almost start from scratch. I mean, granted, there's the 2022 city attorney work plan or guidance that's online, and I think that could be used somewhat as a roadmap for some of the expectations. But also, this is an opportunity to create those processes anew, and that's how I would go about it. And then just based on the responses, build up that rapport and periodically check back in with department heads about whether my services are being as effective as they need in order to be successful.
Item number 6. What process do you actually use to obtain agreement, and can you describe a time when you used this successfully? Around council agreement with counselors, commissioners, or with staff,
Okay.
Or with outside entities.
or with outside entities.
Yeah. So I've been a volunteer mediator for the small claims court in Larimer County since 2016. And that has given me an opportunity to not only research ADR practices, but also to deal with differences of opinion and differences of opinion between parties who have actually gone to litigation, right? And the court has said, I need you to go talk with a mediator, consider a settlement before we actually go to trial. And along the way, I think I've developed a lot of skills that are transferable to working with elected officials and management staff. And it generally starts with making sure that I understand the parties' positions, what matters to them and why, and then to identify where there already is alignment, and then helping the parties understand each other's position, the differences between their positions and the rationale, and why it's important for their particular, for this outcome and the process that they have in mind. I think in the end, it's also helpful to remind folks that there is value in starting a process and evaluating it along the way versus looking for perfect. You know, there's that book out there where I think, you know, good, the enemy of perfect, the enemy of perfect. The title of it, but essentially, you know, it doesn't have to be perfect. It has to work, and it has to be. Everyone has to have a role in it, in the role that they choose, I guess. But look for those commonalities, and help parties move toward common understanding.
Number 7, describe a time when you took a directive rather than a collaborative approach with someone. What was the situation that made this approach necessary, and what was the result? Would you use the same approach again, and why? Like 5 questions. Good thing I'm in front of you.
Yeah, I think that one of the areas that come up with this question is around the broadband telecommunications regulatory work that I do. And in that, the FCC or various federal or state agencies have set up a required compliance schedule. You have to file reports, you have to make certain remittances, and you have to file them. But you have to collect certain amounts and make certain remittances on a schedule. And if you don't, initially there are, you know, you just kind of get your hand slapped. But then also after a while, you do have some fines. And there is a set schedule. And I developed a compliance schedule for our broadband utility staff with deadlines. And actually, they felt that was perhaps more discretionary. And what would happen is that when they missed the filing, the city manager and the city attorney would get an email because they had to be registered as the officials for the broadband utility with the federal level. And so they would get emails and they would say, what is this about? We have to fix this. And so several times I needed to go to the broadband utility staff. We have to file this report. I know you want another 30 days or 60 days to do this, but this is a requirement. And I guess this is somewhat of a collaborative approach, but I asked them how I could help them to make sure that we got it done this week to minimize the chances of fines. And there were all sorts of reasons why they couldn't do it. But that was, I would say unfortunately that happened on probably about half of the filings the first 2 years. They had a lot of things going on. And I even offered to file it for them if they could get the reports and the information. If they could get the information together, I could file reports for them. So the result was that, to my knowledge, we actually didn't have any regulatory fines. And what I use the same approach again, and why I think there are contexts in which the rules are the rules, and we really need to. Times when you can go to the tribunal, whether it's a court or whether it's city council, and say these are extenuating circumstances, and request some type of additional time. But I would say I would use that approach again when there are hard set requirements that need to be met, and that the consequences are greater than the inconvenience.
Cyril, what are your experiences in dealing with elected officials? Describe a situation in which you have disagreed with the city council on a policy matter and how the matter was resolved.
Okay, so I've had the most direct experience working with elected officials when I worked in Grand County, and then when I worked in Frederick, in which in both contexts I was working directly with them on a daily basis and preparing for their meetings every month, every time they met. And a situation in which I disagreed with the current city council on a policy matter. I think probably the issue that has come up the most is around the city's climate action plan. And there are regulatory requirements, or there were regulatory requirements at the federal level. Now they're just at the state level with regard to retiring coal plants. And as it turns out, that the Platte River Power Authority plant has less than 2% particulate emissions. It's the lowest emitting coal plant in the country. Still a coal plant. And the city set these goals to have these 2030 goals. And they were kicked off by a fairly aggressive 2025 goal. And what that meant was that we were getting ahead of the technology and the replacement of that generation. So while they advocated for the replacement of coal, there really weren't resources to fill in. And the result was that Platte River came back to the city with a 40% rate increase in order to meet the city's goals. And then Platte River came back and said, actually, we only can get to 80% of the reduction within the time frame. And it's going to cost us much more. I think that the city council had ambitious goals, and I don't know that they had all the information about the practical side of that and the timeline. And I recommended, not directly to the city council, but in memos and through the city attorney, why that was going to result in a greater impact to our residents. The matter was resolved, I guess, in the sense that the city council stuck to their goals, but through the utilities executive director and the electric utility director, both of whom are on the Platte River Power Authority board, they were able to advocate for a certain mix of energy that would mitigate the cost, the impact to residents and the rate increase. So while we moved forward with the goal, the 2030 goals. And then Platte River, of course, embraced those and said, well, if this is what the city wants to do, then this is what we're going to do, and this is what the cost is going to be. We also worked with Platte River to provide a mix that wouldn't front load all that impact. So the result was it was a bit of a longer trajectory for the rate increases versus all of a sudden. I think you can Monday morning quarterback stuff like that all the time. But the reality is that if council hadn't set the goal out there, aside from the practical side of it, I think progress would have been slower. So in the end, I realized that while the impact was going to be fairly significant in terms of the rates, it was needed. It was resolved, I guess, by just conceding that there's more to it than just the money. So,
I'm sorry, did you call me?
I did.
Okay. Thank you. Next question is, if the city council had a significant split on an issue, how would you work with members on both sides of the issue to resolve it?
well, I think unless you are a consensus body, I don't know that there has to be consensus. I think there needs to be good discussion about issues. And I think there needs to be understanding. I think I touched on some of the techniques I could use to build coalition or understanding on the council. Both understanding from my perspective what their concerns were, but then also helping to communicate those and the common values that the council members have. But I don't know that there has to be full agreement. I think I could work with the members of the council to help them understand and appreciate the contributions. You don't become an elected official without some big ideas and some strong opinions, and you don't get elected unless I guess unopposed. But I mean, you don't get elected unless people believe in you, right? And they're looking to you. And so you are in a role where you have been tasked with a certain responsibility, and that in upholding that responsibility, I think there's always room for understanding. But you don't have to agree all the time.
Thank you.
Olivier, please. Thank you, Melissa and Olivier.
Thank you for that answer. Without naming specific parties involved, describe for us a particularly challenging legal issue or court case you have handled and what was the outcome. If you could relive the experience, would you have done anything differently?
Another legal matter that I was involved in that did go up on appeal for the town of Frederick involved an annexation dispute, where in this particular area of Weld County, the communities are pretty much hemmed in north to south, right, against each other, but east to west, there's unincorporated land. And Frederick wanted to annex a piece of land through a flagpole annexation, which I presume you're familiar with.
No, that's not a term that we
Okay.
use here. So
Okay.
it'd be great to have an
So
explanation.
flagpole annexation is a statutory beast, if you will, that allows a municipality to annex down a public right of way to access a parcel that doesn't have the 60% contiguity. And when you're annexing property in the county and a county along the county road, generally that means the municipalities annex the road and incur the cost for maintenance with the road. But essentially, there was a county road, and on the south side of the county road, a landowner had agreed to annex into the city of Fort Collins. A neighboring municipality had eyed that piece of property for a wastewater treatment facility. And it was within the, both cities had a 3-mile plan, comp plan that showed that area within it, along with some other areas, but that was an overlap. It became a complicated issue because that other municipality challenged the annexation, challenged the notice, challenged the process. When you do a flagpole annexation, it needs to be constructed in a way that each parcel that is part of the annexation maintains the continuity. And so oftentimes you'll have pieces, maybe 12 different parcels that are defined as part of the annexation. So each one maintains the continuity with the prior one in order to reach parcel at the end. And it's called a flagpole because it often looks like that. You annex down a narrow right away, and then you get a parcel over here. That looks like a flagpole. That was a challenging matter because this other community wanted to not only challenge it in trial, but when we prevailed, based on statutory compliance with the statutory requirements, they appealed it, and he did on appeal as well. And that is a case that is now part of the annotated record on flagpole annexations in Colorado. So, reported case. Would I have done anything differently? I don't believe so, because I consulted with the town before we did the annexation and followed all the.
And thank you for that explanation of flagpole. During city council meetings, would you be willing to help council and the mayor in running efficient and effective council meetings, ensuring that we stay on agenda, have equal opportunities for participation, and follow protocol? And how might you assist council in this process?
So there are some people who don't like parliamentarians. And I actually do. I think the value of having these public meetings is to make sure that there is an ordered process. And while I wouldn't say that I'm a master parliamentarian, so I understand how you set up meetings, I understand the value of the agenda and the value of the time estimates on the agenda, and why it's important to make a clear record. And one example of that is the ability that parties have to file what are called Rule 106 actions, where they challenge the process that was applied to make a certain quasi-judicial decision. And that is entirely based, the decision is based entirely on, the court review is based entirely on the record. And it's important to always maintain a record, not only for posterity, but so that a change on your council, right? So your as the new council members come on, understanding how decisions were made in the past, and basically providing an educational tool. So in helping, in assisting the current council in this process, I pull out my Robert's Rules of Order, and I think there's also value in talking with the council about how satisfied you are with the conduct of your meetings. Are they conducted in a way that you believe is orderly and provides a good record? And if not, where can we improve that? And communicating with the clerk about whether motions are clearly made, clearly seconded, types of ministerial.
Thank you. And on that same note, are you comfortable actively participating in meetings, perhaps even interrupting when necessary, to ensure that council follows rules and regulations and stays out of trouble? Have you done this in previous roles, and what does it look like?
So I am comfortable actively participating in meetings. And I think along the same lines of creating a clear record, I would be comfortable also interrupting and saying, okay, before we get to that, what we need to do is make sure that we have a record about these things. So let's make sure that the parties in interest present their evidence, and we're evaluating it really in sequence. To ensure the council follows the rules and regulations and stays out of trouble.
Clearly have had
Out of order, not on the agenda,
Yeah.
discussions. Yes.
There are times in the meeting, generally, I imagine there are points in most agendas that are intended for issues that council members can bring up. There's also, that's usually after the business portion of the agenda, right? And I think it's important for constituents who are either viewing online or coming to attend these, that there's some predictability about how issues are going to come up and how they can prepare themselves to provide effective input from the community. And that's, I would encourage the council to develop practices around, if there are items on the agenda, asking constituents to hold off on their comments until those items come up versus bringing them up during just kind of an open session at the beginning. And similarly, if there are documents to be presented, making sure that the council has a process to make sure that they are receiving those through, whether it's through the clerk's office or through other staff, and properly recognizing those and distinguishing those that are influential and those that aren't. The capacity in which I provided this has been to basically be there. I think it comes up most often during quasi-judicial proceedings, where it's really important that the council follow certain protocols in making decisions and hearing appeals and weighing the interests of the parties. But also, just during a regular council meeting, I have facilitated to make sure that while the discussion among the councilors is going in a certain direction, the important thing is they need to make a decision about this, so they need to state their findings about this issue. And before the council moves on, I would be comfortable saying, okay, before we move on, this is the standard, and what is the finding that the council is making about this, so we can preserve the record. Some of that just needs to be fluid, though, based on what's going on, as opposed to hard rules.
Tell us what you know of the legal issues and challenges that Durango currently faces.
So let's see, I'm aware of, we talked a little bit about the housing issues yesterday. I saw that the council had a number of sessions last fall talking about unhoused, ongoing discussion about affordable housing. I think that's an important issue. And it is probably going to be a bit of a watershed, if you will, in terms of the community. How is it addressed, and how satisfied are residents about it? Let's create the right future that residents want. I think there's also been, and I don't think necessarily Durango is unique in this way, but there have been a lot. There have been a fair number of management or director level turnovers in the organization, and I think that interrupts continuity. Basically, there's a lot of time spent onboarding, and I think it's going to be important to work with the new directors and work with the city manager to make sure that the processes that develop from that are healthy processes, good communication, and that everyone has taken advantage of the opportunity to improve processes. There are going to be some issues. We talked a little bit about the La Pasta Road annexation or potential annexation. That's going to be an issue to help resolve. How does that move forward? What does it look like? Who are the partners? There are always going to be water issues. This morning, coming out of the hotel, one of the guys at the front desk was talking about how the snow is the same volume of snow, or it's being discussed as the same volume of snow as fell in 1983, and that was the last time the rivers were full. I think there are a lot of opportunities that the Durango is going to need to seize upon in the near future as a result of more availability of water, but again, for a shorter period of time, and planning for water storage, but also, what does that mean in terms of in-stream flows, the industries that the town relies on. And I think those are probably enough challenges that I think you're going to have enough differences of opinion. But I think generally that the city's experiencing some pains around growth. Right? As more people come in and more people with different ideas and experiences, I think it's going to change the dynamic of public participation in government, some of the expectations, some of the ideas, and I think it's a very exciting time for Durango to go through another one of the processes that it has historically, reinventing itself or demonstrating its resilience. I don't necessarily know what to expect in the sense of what it's going to look like tomorrow, but I think they're around growth in the changing phase.
Great. What best practices does a small city like Durango need to utilize in their legal department?
Best practices. Well, I think the first thing to consider is how has the city relied on legal services in the past? Not aware of whether the city has a central procurement process or whether each department. So you do have a central procurement. Okay. I think if you didn't have one, that's something I would advocate for because it provides consistency. And around consistency, I think that is really the chief practice, right? Finding out from department heads, finding out from council how they want to engage with the law office, city attorney and city attorney staff, and developing a consistent practice around that. And if council would like a memo ahead of every city council meeting about issue spotting, that's one thing. If council would like a debrief, an opportunity to debrief with legal and management staff after council meetings, creating the space to serve the organization by serving the decision makers. I think there's also related to that, there's I would say because I understand that the council has a desire for the city attorney's office to have more than one person in it, right? More than one attorney. I would say we would need to develop practices around identifying those issues for which we have sufficient resources and those issues for which outside counsel needs to be consulted. Well, we need to look for outside resources. In part because there's an opportunity cost with a small office taking on all responsibilities. And opportunity cost is that certain activities will suck up more time and then the city attorney's office may not be available for ongoing departments. So developing a good practice around identifying what we can.
Olivier.
Thank you. So I think we're at the closing question. Do you have any questions for us, or would you like to make a closing statement?
Closing statement sounds so, so final.
Well, there may be additional questions.
So
that's
You might also have some.
Yeah,
questions.
I did jot down a couple things. I touched on what I had understood to be the city attorney's kind of the expectations, framing the expectations for the city attorney. But let me just put it out there to you. To what extent does that city attorney 2022 work plan represent a roadmap of how the council would expect the office to operate?
I'll jump in
Yeah.
and then we go. So let me start by saying that 4 years ago, Melissa and Kim and I were part of the counselors with 2 other counselors. And the appointees were not, in my mind, well served through the evaluation process or the work planning process. There was not a sense of direction, and certainly the evaluation was once a year and maybe that at most. And so where I think what we came out with is not only did the city have its first, with the bringing on Jose as the city manager, have our first strategic plan as a city. We've not had one before that. But then we also worked with our 3 appointees to develop their goals and work plan. And to this, so the 2022, it's an older plan. It's based on a previous person. And typically what we would do is sit down through what we try to do is meet quarterly with our appointees and go through both that evaluation process, not in a formal thing, but we kind of talk about things are going well. Here's some areas that, in mutual discussion might need improvement, or we need to talk. There's some things, so we kind of keep that. And then once a year we do a more formalized, but we want no surprises at the end of the year. So we try to meet quarterly. So to your question about the work plan, any person coming in, you mentioned it's a open opportunity to create that. So I think there's some outstanding issues within that plan that will need to obviously be carried forward, but it's really a process of the attorney working with the council to develop the plans, but we're not going to necessarily as a council tell you this is what you need to be doing. We're going to look to you to say, this is what I think is a well-functioning office, and these are the things I achieve in the next 6 months.
Okay.
Have something to add to that.
It's pretty cogent.
Yeah.
So related to that, would the council be looking for what's somewhat typical is a 1-year, first-year plan, something like that? Is that at all?
And here's my 100-day kind of work plan that I
Right.
might want to do.
Right.
And you alluded to that when you talked about, meeting with all the directors and things like that.
Right.
About where the gaps are and what needs to be addressed.
I think obviously we've been like a little bit of, there's gonna be catch up to do with, the 2 resignations and then the interim we have now. And so, coming on board and then, taking the 911s and things you're going to have to deal with and then creating a plan with that and then an ideal growth, with us.
Yeah, one of the benefits, I think, actually, is that the staffing is not in place. So, and we had agreed that we wanted more staffing, so assistant city attorney as well as the paralegal or whatever that looks like at a minimum. And so staffing is an open slate for you to create and that best works to achieve the goals of the strategic plan and the city council and the city.
Melissa and Olivier, would you have anything to add to the answers to these questions?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm good.
I did have 2 quick questions. So have you been a manager of people? Like, did people set goals for them, assess their activities, those kind of things? And so how many have you done that for?
Okay, sure. So in the Fort Collins City Attorney's Office. I manage our law clerk program. So I draft the whole, basically the life cycle of it. I start with job descriptions, I do the interviews, or I collect a panel to do the interviews. I do the selection, and then I do the work plans, the assignments, the mentoring on those assignments. Well, that's
How many people does that involve usually?
right. So that's either 1 to 2 law students at a time. Some of them are graduates, but it's generally not more than 2. One summer we had 3, but I'm responsible to provide the assignments, make sure that they are that they plug in and provide value for the attorneys that have requested the assistance, and then also to work with the law schools on the students that they want to credit, the reviews of them that go to them.
The other question I had was, have you spent any time on the bench with the city council during city council meetings or study sessions as the front face of the city attorney's office for a decision that was being discussed?
So not in Fort Collins, right? But in Frederick and Grant County, I was always on the dais with them, or just up to the side.
Did any other counselor have questions that were not on the 15 agreed upon questions? That came as a result of the conversation here. What do you have of us?
Yeah, I had a couple other thoughts about practices, right? So the council, some of the questions were around, some of the questions you asked involved team dynamics on the council, right? And I think it's important that the council members can represent their own views while also upholding the value and the purpose of the body which they represent. And I'm curious about what practices this council has put into place to facilitate teamwork on the city council, and what steps you anticipate taking to carry that forward after the election and the composition of the council may change.
Well, there were 2 things that we added this year, which help with the discussion and keeping it on track. And that has to do with the point of order and the point of information, Robert's rules conversation. So that when information is out there that isn't necessarily accurate or doesn't reflect what we've been given, to make sure that everyone understands that and be on track with it. And the point of order also to stay on the topic. Right? So that's not the topic that's on the agenda, let's stay on it. So those were 2 things that we did start doing. I don't want to speak to what the future is because that's these 3, but there has been some conversation about that.
I would say I know that I've expressed an interest into trying to do a team building sort of session when the new city councilors come on. We did try to do that as a council. There is a little bit of tension in this council because we do have a city councilor that files ethics complaints on other city councilors all the time and open records requests. And so I think my biggest goal going forward and then with the next council is to try to have effective meetings that don't get derailed by one counselor giving, soliloquies and monologues. And so being able to have the tools in our toolbox to, bring a point of order or stop that, or have an agreement among the council for once that says I agree to abide by, this level of respect for one another and how we move forward through issues. And, unfortunately politics recently I feel has become very divisive. If you don't agree with someone, you have to sue them or hate them or whatever. And so hopefully we can try to find some path forward where that stops. happening and we can just become more productive as a whole council. So that's kind of the goal. But I have advocated for another team building session and then hopefully someone that can help us with, because I'm not a Robert's Rules of Order expert. I was not ever planning to be in politics kind of deal. And so like having assistants being like, hey, this is a great tool for you to use in the future at meetings to keep it on track. Like I would appreciate things like that. So yeah.
Melissa and Olivia. Melissa, I see your microphone is on, so did you want to add something?
I'll let Olivia go first if you'd like, and I'll follow up.
I agree, actually. I think effective meetings, maybe training on Robert's Rules of Order, and to make sure we switch this situation we have at this current council around with a new council being more productive, efficient, respectful, civil. So that's, I think, what I have to say.
I think that is a very good question. And I think you're perceptive to recognize that there's been some difficult dynamics on council. And maybe that is not that unusual with 5 different people coming to the table with strong opinions. So I think that what I'm hopeful is that going forward as a council, we can continue to follow process, to follow procedures. And I think that I'm hoping that we can take some time to get a very good handle on what our own code of conduct truly says, so that we understand our code of conduct, which we agree to follow as a council. And I think if we understand that better and go over that, like Jessica was saying, take the time to do some teamwork building. And as we do that, really understand our code of conduct and our code of ethics so that we can do exactly like you're saying, Cyril, which is it's absolutely okay to disagree, but as a body, we speak as one voice. And so I think that there's things that we need to remember as a council going forward, all of us. And I think that those type of reviews and sessions are important, and an important way to start with a new team of 5. So I'm hoping we can do that as well.
And does the city have a respectful workplace policy that otherwise would apply to employees?
The code of conduct does speak to respect.
And it does speak to the staff as well.
Yeah,
They're
the
all-
staff also signs the code of conduct.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's-
Okay.
Yeah.
So in some jurisdictions, those codes of conduct and respectful workplace policies apply to employees. But it also is very powerful when the city council also says, you know what, this also applies to us. It sends a message throughout the organization.
Well, that's.
When
that's
we're
what we
sworn
do.
in, we agree to abide by the Constitution, this Colorado Constitution, and our code of conduct and ethics. So it's part of our, and then it's also expected of our volunteers that serve on advisory boards, as well as our staff.
And to Melissa's point, though, we haven't had like a clinic, right? Which I think would be very helpful. Go through each one of those item by item. And what does that mean? How do we note when someone isn't following? That kind of, yeah.
I will add, to your question about the dynamics, I think attendance at city council meetings is essential. Because we're a body of 5. And so I think, first of all, that's respect, right? You're elected for the process. And so I think being present, making it to the meetings, we know those schedules a year in advance. We know that what we do, Cyril, is we actually have the first and third Tuesday of the month. We start at 2:15 and we have our study session, which goes to 4:45, possibly longer. And then we start in at 5:30 with it. So it's 2 days a month that you're expected to be there. You're elected to participate. And when someone's not there, particularly on a regular basis, they've not been a part of the same process. They may not be as far along.
Sure.
Or they may not have the same understanding that somebody might have had who attended the study session, and now you're having the discussion. So I think to me, that's a basic respect issue of being present, respect to your constituents who elected you, and it's respect to your colleagues that you serve with.
And staff.
And staff who put time into it. So I think that is a real expectation. And, you know, the code of conduct doesn't say, oh, you have to wear, you know, you have to wear pants to a meeting. It doesn't prescribe everything you have to do, right? So some of those things are just common sense. If you're elected to a position and you know you have meetings twice a month, then you need to be there. And I think that's part of the common understanding that I think people need to get. So I think that's been a real, for me, a real consideration this past year, because when we're not all here at the meetings, we're not all necessarily operating with the same information.
So Barbara, I'm just gonna say.
Yeah, a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Yep. And this clock is a little bit fast. I'm
Yeah.
showing a 9:57.
Alright.
So I did want to, so I'm gonna give a minute if there's anything you wanted to make certain we're aware of, or 2 minutes, anything you want us, it doesn't have to be a closing statement or argument, but is there anything you'd like us just to leave us with?
Yeah, I think we touched on a lot of the ideas I had and
Mhm.
the clarity I was looking for. There's a lot you don't know, right? I mean, you don't know until you step into it.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
But I think there is value in finding a reasonable course and moving forward, and figuring it out. Yeah, I'm confident that I have seen a lot of good things and a lot of dysfunction at times. But I'm confident also that I think all of those that are in leadership positions at the city are there because you want to make a difference. And I'm excited for the opportunity to help facilitate that.
Great. Cyril, I'm gonna walk you out and get you to your next meeting, and I believe we will start with our next interview at 10:15. So you have a few minutes. I'm gonna also kind of show you where there's a restroom around the corner, and then,
Actually, there's one out in the hall.
oh yeah, it's out in the hallway, yeah. It was great
Thank
to
you,
meet
Cyril.
You know, for coming in. Thank you much.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
Take care.
you. Hey, Kim. A quick question. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. The form that we filled out in our packet, is that just for ourselves or will be, okay, thank you.
Alon said we can use any of these materials any way we wish. And if we want to bring them and use them tomorrow when we have our conversation, that's great. It's however we want to do it individually.
Okay, thanks so much.
They were just trying to help us organize our thoughts.
Yeah, that's great. Very helpful. Thank you.
I wanted to let you guys know there's coffee, there's some muffins down there. There's water in the kitchen area. Yeah, Kyle took care of it.
card.
Yeah. So
Kyle's a good person.
she's so good. Is next. So for those of you, Mark will be the next person coming in.
Got it. Thanks, Barbara.
Yep, no problem. That's not it.
I'm sorry, everybody, I looked at that clock instead of my watch, so this
Yeah.
is Mark, I'm running in.
Oh,
Hi.
hi, how are you?
We're gonna have you sit at the end down there.
All right.
Hi, Mark, good to see you again. I'm just getting myself organized.
I'm Jessica,
Jessica.
nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
Yes. Rhonda, nice to see you in person.
Nice to see you in person.
Watch next week.
Yeah, it's, I think we weren't planning on you starting till about 10:15. So Melissa and Olivia, I want to make certain they're with us in case they were taking breaks.
I'm back. I heard you guys. Thank
Okay.
you for joining us.
Hello.
I'm
And
going to
Olivia-
start by just, if I could just start by just saying, I am so sorry that I am on Zoom and not there in person. I am out of the country. Otherwise, I'd be at the table. My apologies.
Olivia, Mark is here already. Are you in the room? Are we able to start with you as well, you guys as
Yes,
well?
thank you. And welcome, Mark. Welcome to Durango.
Thank you very much.
So, good to see you again after
Nice to see you.
yesterday. And I wanted to introduce you, got a chance to meet Jessica.
Yes.
as well.
Good news to like.
Yeah, let's close the door. There we go. And what we've got, Mark, is we've got 15 agreed upon questions.
Okay.
And we will cover that, we will want to cover that in the time period that we have, which is about an hour. Give or take. We also want to allow time for you to have questions. And something you may ask, you may say something may spawn another question. So we may have some other questions in addition to these at the end of the time. And we will go through kind of a prescribed process because we're trying to also be consistent with each of our candidates to make certain they have kind of the same valuation, if you will,
Sure,
of
sure.
process. Let me also start by thanking you for applying for, quite pleased actually with the process that Yolanda has done for us as a city and with the pool of applicants. So I'm going to start with just a basic kind of question you can imagine, which is provide us with a brief professional introduction and tell us what attracts you to this city attorney position.
Professional introduction. I'm a 25-year attorney, 5-time elected official, 15-year city attorney. What attracts me to this position is it's similar to what I've done in the past. We've made the transition from Louisiana to Colorado about 3 years ago. Initially thought I would kind of semi-retire, and I've done some work for the Olympic Committee in Colorado Springs, but found out pretty quickly I got pretty bored pretty quickly. So I love the city attorney position just because it's different every day. I don't think there's any other type of attorney that I'd really enjoy being because I just couldn't do insurance defense all day long or personal injury all day long or some of the things that my brother does I explained to you before. So I really love the job. I was very successful at the job down in Louisiana. And again, we made a family decision to relocate to Colorado. I kind of thought I was done working and decided that I just wasn't. So that's why I applied.
We'll switch the order around. Kim, why don't you jump in?
Based on your knowledge of the city of Durango, what do you feel will be the most significant challenges for a new city attorney? How would you propose to meet those challenges? I like that question. So
Okay, good, we'll switch.
So I think the challenges are your growth. It seems like there's a lot of change and a lot of pressure. It seems like you're transitioning from a smaller town to more of a mid-sized city, and all the things that come with that, the infrastructure things. Certainly from what I've read in the paper, there's some growing pains within the government a little bit. So yeah, I think that would be the biggest challenge and things that come with that. The city that I represented in the past was kind of a sleepy town, very similar to Durango, but it was the parish seat, like Durango is the county seat. And with that comes a lot of other issues that I'm familiar with. That fully answers your question, but.
Okay, number 3. Describe a time which you weighed the pros and cons of a situation and decided not to take action even though you were under pressure to do so. Why and what was the outcome?
Not to take action. That's a tricky one. Professionally, I guess you're asking.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
That's the second time we've been asked. That's what
Well, I mean, it's
We
kind of
need
like,
to change our question.
it really is kind of a tough question for an attorney
Yeah.
because, I mean, you guys are the client. And if you
Right.
assign me a task, I'm not gonna not take action. I'm trying to just think of some of the most controversial things that I had to deal with. But in almost all of them, I mean, we took action. We talked a little bit about public records requests during the tour yesterday, and maybe that's a good example of, there have been times where I have weighed the benefit versus the risk of providing a document. And I think I mentioned as we finished up yesterday that I tend to be on the side of transparency or maybe overboard transparency. And I'm going through that evaluation with the client, explaining that, you know, what's the worst thing that's going to happen if you give this person this document? They may feel uncomfortable. You may get criticized locally or in the press a little bit. But at the end of the day, if you compare that to the flip side of being accused of not being transparent, of hiding something from the public, that's sometimes very difficult to weigh. And I tend to encourage my clients to err on the side of openness and transparency because, especially in today's world, it's just very easy to get accused of hiding, abusing the public's money. It's one of the lessons I learned in politics. I was told, don't mess with the public's money, no matter what you do. And that was very good advice because over my career, I ran into people who did, and it never ended well for them. So that's a good answer to that question. That's a tough one.
Yeah, no. Melissa?
Great, thank you. Can you please describe your ability to handle sensitive political issues and problems? Please provide examples of how you dealt with these issues in the past for us.
This one we could go all day on.
Yes.
Let me say, Baker Tilly did such a wonderful job of interviewing me and asking questions, giving me an opportunity to explain the things that I've done. I don't know how much of what you know, and I don't want to be repetitive, but we had a councilman that went to ended up going to federal prison. That was tough.
What was his face?
No, thank you.
Yeah. It was a silly thing. He was not a good person. He
Do you guys know Olivia is not on anymore? Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. That was,
Hasn't signed on into the attending yet either.
yeah.
Do you want to text it, Barbara?
Let's see if he's having problems.
Sorry,
One moment.
keep that thought. going.
Yes, I'm
That's
sorry.
No, it's okay.
I just realized.
Yeah, I looked up and went, there's not enough boxes up there.
Actually, has he been out for the entire time?
Your face when you made that comment made me look up there.
Oh my God. I was like, God, but jail, I mean, that's a real deal. It's not a hand slap.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe local politics isn't quite so worth it.
Well, you signed up for the second term.
Right.
Here last night about something around that topic. I literally did. And I was like, I'm resigning. I'm out. I can't deal with this anymore. It's too stressful.
All right, I'll set about callers. I just,
When I
But
woke
let
up
me
this morning,
call.
I was in panic.
make certain he's not having trouble getting back in. Let's just stop here for a minute.
Yeah, we should probably wait. Let's see.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Yeah. Okay, so we could talk non stuff. How's Durango been so far?
It's wonderful. I came out with my son and my wife, and we've been here since Friday. So
How's your
Oh,
son?
great.
it's 23.
Oh.
So
Oh,
we skipped
really?
Creek
Nice.
on Friday.
Fun.
Got 15 inches of powder.
I was gonna
Sure.
say, drove Wolf Creek on Thursday and that was fun.
That's
So you got a lot of snow?
Where is that?
It's about 80 miles east.
It's at the top of the Continental Divide outside of Pagosa Springs, and it gets more snow than any other ski resort. It's pretty
It
crazy.
literally gets like stuck there. Like the all storms just like get stuck right there.
And it has some
Yeah.
really good roads to get up and down from it, so it can be very exciting.
We got Olivier back. He's coming in.
My boys have hockey, and so we drive to Denver all the time, like every weekend during the winter, and we drive that all the time, and it's crazy.
Barbara?
Where have you eaten anything?
We ate at the Maple Room.
The Maple Room?
or I'm sorry, the mahogany room.
Oh, yeah, I'm like, I've never even heard, I don't know that place.
Mahogany Grill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mahogany Grill, yes, okay.
Where is the second night?
Hey, could you show us your video so we know you're there? Olivier, can you hear us? You're muted. Olivier, can you unmute? Acknowledge. Barbara's trying to get a hold of you. There we go. Okay. So can you open up your video, Olivia? Is that possible?
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay, I had to dial in from my cell phone. There is something up with the internet through the Wi-Fi. So I just downloaded the Zoom and this is what I have.
Great, okay. Thank you.
When it comes back online, I'll try and log in the other way.
Do you remember what question you lost contact on, or?
I finished question 2.
All right, so that's not too bad then. All right, so. Continue back to your thought about the federal penitentiary for the city council.
And I should say, we have gotten all your materials and we had the option to view the, all of your answers to the questions and I know I did. I
But
viewed
it's
all of
best to, yeah,
Sure.
personally.
Well, I'll give you 3 examples. One, we had the councilman who ended up, that was a very, very difficult time because, you know, you have a client who's clearly committing crimes and it was very, very messy. He was a minority member of the council, so there were implications that he was being targeted. But we had people in the community who were coming forward saying, yeah, I had to pay $2,500 to get my variance to pour my slab, you know, on my house. And so I spent a lot of time with the FBI talking, because the FBI had no understanding of how our government worked. So my job was to go down and explain to them what the process was, what exactly he was doing, why it was inappropriate. And so that was difficult. I mean, there was a lot of work that was done quietly before the indictment came out because the feds are very, very serious about that. So the right thing happened there. It got very messy politically for a while because at the same time we were trying to annex an area of the city that contained a country club and there's a complaint with the Department of Justice. So all those issues got mixed into one and it became very, very difficult to navigate. But I was very proud of the way that I handled it, and obviously the rest of the city was very happy with my services for that. We had the director of our street departments threaten to kill the mayor, so that's tricky. And another employee had secretly recorded it, and of course he hired a lawyer and you know, First Amendment issues and all that. I mean, we went through all of that mess, and that was terrible because the mayor was scared and it was just, you know, a tough time for her. And then very early as city attorney, we had to let go the CAO, Chief Administrative Officer. She was stealing from the city. She had multiple properties in the city. Her father was the director of the water department and she had not paid any of the water bills for like 10 years. And then when we found out, she immediately paid that and then couldn't understand why we had to terminate her. Of course, I've been elected mayor, so that ended up being my job to do the termination. And it was sensitive because we didn't want to, you know, ruin the woman's life, but we wanted to keep it out of the press, and we were successful in doing that. But so yeah, so I've kind of jumped through a lot of really serious issues.
Olivier.
Number 5.
Question 5.
Thank you for that answer.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, you have to turn on your computer or mute it.
I was logging on the other one. I'm sorry. I'll finish this one on the phone and I'll connect on the other one. Sorry for those technical difficulties. How will you develop processes between the city attorney's office and departments for legal review?
So I'm a big proponent of being proactive instead of reactive. I made it a habit, would make it a habit here, meeting regularly with department heads, just so they can tell me what's going on. And it doesn't matter if it's legal or not. It doesn't matter if it's something they think is going to turn into a lawsuit. I just want to know what's going on in their department, what their problems are, how their relationship with their employees are. And just being an active administrator in the city. I've always looked at the city attorney's job, not really as an attorney's job, as much as an administrator's job. Of course, on the back end, you're always being the attorney, you're in charge of that. But I think that to be a good city attorney, you're taking care of things before they become problems. And after a couple of years in the job in Louisiana, that worked very well. It took some time, it really did. But I think one of the things I was most proud of, excuse me, is by the end, even like the lowest level employee of the city would tell me, we know we can trust you, which was just, an awesome compliment.
Process do you use to actually, and you covered this a little bit, to obtain agreement, and describe a time when you use these processes successfully?
To obtain agreement.
Among a group, maybe it's among the council, it could be among the directors that
Sure.
Could be an outside.
could be an outside entity.
Communication is so key. I've always found that if you sit down and actually talk to people, look them in the eye and say, what do you need? What's upsetting you? What can we do to make things better for you? It works. If you make assumptions about people, you make assumptions about people's needs and agendas, it's just problematic. So time and time again, I can't tell you how many times I sat down with our mayor, which is similar to your city manager, in an office this size with twice as many chairs, and just went around the room and said, all right, what's going on? What can we do to fix it? So being open, being available, and really listening to people has always helped my process to get to the point where everyone can agree. I mean, and everybody's happy all the time, but when you're in a room and people can see why other people are upset about what's happening, it makes them change the way they're approaching it. And again, that became a very successful process for us, was just to sit around the table and discuss what was happening.
Yeah. I'll fall back in line. Okay, number 7. Describe a time, there's like 5 questions in this one question. I remember this one last one. Describe a time when you took directive rather than a collaborative approach with someone, or took a directive rather than a collaborative approach with someone. What was the situation that made this approach necessary? What was the result? And would you use the same approach again and why?
Very early in my career, we had complaints from neighbors about a guy who had built a very tall fence around his property. Our ordinance called for 6 feet. I think he built a 12-foot foot around his. The neighbors started complaining because it really affected the neighborhood. It was counter to our ordinance. And so I was working with code enforcement and the building department. And the guy happened to be an attorney. He sounds like the guy that you've got in Pagosa type personality where he sues everybody all the time. I didn't know that at the time. But he got very ugly with the city, got very ugly with the building department. And he said, the only way my fence is coming down is y'all take it down. So we took it down, and that resulted in years and years of litigation. This question kind of reminds me of that, because that was early in my career where I didn't necessarily sit the entire council down and the police chief and the mayor and everyone else and say, hey, look, we have this problem on the horizon. This is what we should do. And it didn't work out well. I mean, the city was sued. We were right, but we got involved with someone who was very, very litigious. I backed out of it very shortly after that. Hired a different attorney to come in and handle the case, because he kept trying to make it personal. I mean, he was taking pictures at my home and doing all that kind of crazy stuff. So after that situation, if there's anything that I sense was the least bit controversial or could blow up into that type of litigation, I tried to get a more collaborative view on it from everybody. I don't think that would have changed anything with this guy, but it was a very bad feeling to be, on an island with me and the building director and the rest of the city going, what the heck are you guys doing? well, we're just doing our job, but it didn't work out the way you hoped it would.
What are your experiences in dealing with elected officials? Describe a situation in which you have disagreed with the city council on a policy matter and how the matter was resolved.
So I think this is one of the things that makes me particularly qualified for what you guys are looking for, is the fact that I was both. And I got very, very good at understanding what my role as attorney was for the city, as opposed to my role as an elected official with the school system. And that I've seen people that I've worked with lawyers that were elected officials, and sometimes they can get confused about what their role was. They tried to be the lawyer for the school board when the school board had their specific question.
It's not really.
Gotcha. This is a little bit of a long story, but
You've got time.
going back to the city councilman that went to prison, the city council and the mayor wanted him off of the council. And the election had been delayed because we were trying to annex a piece of property, and somebody complained to the Department of Justice, and there was a complaint that we were diluting the minority vote to try and maintain a majority on the council. So all that was going on at the same time, and the Department of Justice wouldn't let us go forward with our regularly scheduled election. So everyone knew the guy was gonna end up going to jail. The indictment had come out and they wanted him off of the council. And I did my job and I did the research, and I said, you know, look, there's this provision in our city code that says if an election isn't held for any reason, you have the ability to reappoint yourselves until the election can be held. So they said, we want to do that. So they reappointed themselves, and then they appointed someone else for the guy who had been indicted. And I told them that this was not a great idea, that it probably wasn't going to hold up in the long run, that could stretch it out, do the thing that lawyers do. I did get the governor on our side. He wrote, the governor's office wrote an opinion saying that we had done was correct. The attorney general disagreed. But anyway, it blew up into this, huge media event. Newspaper followed it very, very closely. And anyway, that's just the most dramatic issue I can give you on when I disagreed with what they wanted, but did my job as the attorney, because they were unanimous about it. They felt politically that the best thing for them to do was to get rid of the guy because he was going to prison. They weren't particularly concerned about the fact that it might not hold up. They wanted to be politically positioned to say, we protected the constituents because we got rid of the guy who was committing these crimes. So that was tough, but I don't regret it. I mean, I did my job and I kind of took the hits for the city, but it needed to be done. And like I said, the guy did end up going to prison, which kind of unjustified the means, but that was a tough time.
Melissa.
Thank you for that answer. Next question is, if the city council had a significant split on an issue, how would you work with members on both sides of the issue to resolve it?
Assuming this would be a legal issue.
Well, it could be a procedural issue.
Yeah.
Procedures kind of, if you're having procedural issues, I'd want on the front end really look at, procedure to me should never really be controversial. Procedure, and I'm a big procedure guy. I like things to run efficiently. I like them to run according to a well-defined procedure. So if there were issues with procedure, that would be something that if I saw them coming, I'd want to get everybody on the same page before it went out publicly. If it was on a legal issue, that's kind of where the lawyer has to make the decision, and then the council needs to live by the decision. If it's on a political issue, funding or policy, that's really for you guys to try to decide, and I don't know how much as a lawyer you can really help. And that's kind of what I was talking about earlier, that I've very much learned when to be a politician and when to be a lawyer. And sometimes I believe it's just not the attorney's job to get involved in the politics. I've seen attorneys do that. My predecessor in my job in Louisiana did that, and it was just a mess. So I know how to stay out of politics, but I know when to intervene when it's a legal issue or procedural issue to make you guys look good. And that's kind of, I always thought my most successful meetings as a city attorney were when I never got called on to answer a question. When I was talking about it, it took a couple of years to get to that point. It does, but when I got to that point where I was going to like 10, 12 meetings in a row and I didn't have to say anything, I'm like, yeah, I'm winning as city attorney now.
Every-
Is that okay?
Sure.
You said procedure should never be an issue, like running effective meetings should be an issue. So we have an election coming up. 2 new city councilors will be coming on.
Sure.
We have some procedure issues on council sometimes. Would it be something like, are you familiar with Robert's Rules of Order? Like, would you be able to maybe like have like a new council comes on, here is what everyone should agree to and sign off on as council and get on board with, like recommendations?
So we did, I mean, I worked with 12 different councilmen and probably 4 different school board members over my time. And we got in the habit where we did training sessions with them, what you expect, what you say. The advice was always, your first few meetings, just, it's like riding a horse. You got to get comfortable in the saddle first. It's not, you don't want to go out, trying to lasso somebody at your first meeting. Just sit back, watch what happens. And sometimes they listened, sometimes they didn't, but there was always an effort on the front end to make sure what the expectation was procedure. Curious, what kind of procedure issues are you concerned about?
So sometimes we have a situation where it goes off topic and is in either information that isn't pertinent to the topic, or is something that has been discussed previously and direction has been given or a vote has been taken and it's not being, left behind, it's not moving on.
Sure.
Those type of things, or where information isn't actually the information that we've received, and let's get some clarification on that kind of thing.
So, I know there's definitely techniques to deal with that. One of the dramatic ones is you call for a question. Get familiar with that one?
Yeah, we've been using point of order and point of information.
Those are so vague that I can see why you're having trouble.
Well, those we just started. We didn't have any tools prior to this past year, so.
Explain call for the question. Is that when you have a soliloquy going on?
Basically, you can call for the question means that you call for a vote on whatever the issue is. So if you're in that situation where someone keeps bringing up outside information or new information to try to sway the discussion away, it's proper procedure to let everyone have a chance to speak. And you can limit discussion too. If you know it's coming, you can limit discussion on the board to a certain amount of time. But many times, when you get the floor, you can end the discussion and call for the question. Because once you call for the question, the only thing that can happen is a vote. That's kind of the dramatic way to do it, and it really pisses people off. But they know that tools out there. You can also say, I'd ask council to wrap up his things. I'd like to call the question. And you're not really calling the question, but you're saying, hey, wrap it up. We got to move on.
That assumes that there's been a motion.
It does.
So oftentimes we have discussion prior to motion, or we have conversation with staff that's presenting things. And that's oftentimes where this challenge comes, prior to the motion.
So you're having a presentation by the staff before you go forward on a motion.
Yes.
You can do it the other way.
Yeah.
You can call a motion, you can put it on the floor and then introduce the staff to give. That was pretty common what we did, is we had someone where we said, okay, we're going to go forward with this motion. We'd like staff to give a 10-minute presentation on it, then we'll take discussion from the public, and then we'll take council comment. And you lay all that out up front so everybody knows what's coming.
The
That
challenge there is you might not know what the motion is that you want to make until you have all the information.
Well, but you can always amend the motion.
I'm
Those are my
gonna,
procedure things.
Oh, that's great. That's
it's
great.
great, it's great. I'm gonna, we can come back to that at the end, if we get through everything. I'm happy to go back and learn through this process, but I am gonna kind of bring us back to question number 10, which would be Olivia. I just want to make certain we get through all of this, but I also appreciate the good discussion. Olivier.
Yes, thank you. Without naming specific parties involved, can you describe for us a particularly challenging legal issue or court case you have handled, and what was the outcome? If you could relive the experience, would you have done anything differently?
I go back to the gentleman that I think is similar to the guy you got in Pagosa giving you trouble. We had a lawyer with a fence issue, with being a public records issue, which became accusations that city employees were burglarizing his house. I mean, it just went on and on and on and on. Eventually, that case worked out in the city's favor. He was not successful in any of his litigation. He did get one preliminary ruling that we had not responded to his public records request in writing. And that was something that the judge kind of was funny. He said, you didn't give him his response in writing, so violated your public records law. But I'm gonna hold him in contempt because he lied about the fact that saying you denied him records, because he had secretly recorded a meeting in a room like this that we had. All you hear me say on the recording is, I want to get you anything you want. Any record you want, just tell me what you want, I'll make it available. And he walked out of the room happy. He's gonna be, okay, I'll be back tomorrow to see what I want. And then he went and filed a lawsuit and said we didn't respond in writing. So when the judge saw the transcript of the tape, he kind of split the decision, said, well, you were supposed to respond in writing, but I'm gonna hold him in contempt because he lied to the court in his pleading saying that you denied him records, and on the tape, you're clearly saying you can have your records. So to do that, I guess from that experience is I made a mistake in thinking that because I was dealing with a lawyer instead of a member of the public, that there was an additional level of professional trust, and that was a bad mistake because this guy was not, he was kind of a snake.
Okay. This will build on what we had just been talking about prior to Olivier's question. During city council meetings, would you be willing to help council and the mayor in running efficient and effective council meetings, ensuring that we stay on agenda, have equal opportunities for participation, and follow protocol? How might you assist council in this process? So I knew we were going to come back to that.
Sure. You know, let me start answering that question by saying I did serve as an elected official for a long time. I was made president of the school board. And politics in Louisiana is like a blood sport. I mean, it's my last school board election, $278,000 was spent to get me elected in a school board race. So.
And that was 560,000 students in that school?
50,000 students. The district itself is 500,000 people, but 50,000 students, 7,000 employees. So it's kind of entry level, big league politics. And I did it because I just had this thing for education. I got a great public education and wanted to give back. I never had any aspirations to be a major politician. So I stayed in that spot for a long, long time. But it was, you had people come in and out of that board who all had all kind of different political agendas. Some went on to be state senators. Some went on to be, councilmen for the county or the parish. Some of them stayed on the school board for a long time. But it was just kind of this, I'm being long-winded here, but it was kind of the Wild West of politics in South Louisiana because it was all kind of the new people. And whenever we got into particularly difficult times like post-hurricane or post-financial crisis, I was always tapped to be the president of the board because when I was president of the board, I could rein in the meetings. And our meetings went from 4-hour meetings to like 90-minute meetings. We used to have committee meetings before we had board meetings. I canceled all the committee meetings because it was just everyone trying out their politics, before they went to the actual meeting. So I very much pride myself on running efficient meetings. I did all that without making anybody angry because everyone knew that I was super fair. Even people who were taking shots at me, they got equal time. They got equal opportunity to say whatever they needed to do. And then a lot of that experience translated into kind of coaching of the city officials on how to run the city meetings. Just kind of giving them tips on, what to do, how to say things. We would pregame our meetings if we had something very controversial. We would talk about, okay, we know we have a lot of people coming to speak on a matter. Are we going to limit discussion? Are we going to ask people to fill out cards saying which side of the issue they're going to speak on so we can have them speak either alternatively or all in one group and then all in another group? So there's lots of different ways to handle and make meetings run efficiently. It's just a matter of meeting with you guys and deciding what you're comfortable with once you hear, the options that I can give you for any particular issue.
Okay, we are on number 12. Are you comfortable actively participating in meetings, perhaps even interrupting when necessary, to ensure that council follows rules and regulations and stays out of trouble? Have you done this in previous roles, and what did it look like?
Yes, I'm comfortable doing that. Yes, I've done it before, and I want to see what it looks like. I think all of our meetings were recorded, so you can actually go back and look. But no, I mean, I'm very polite. I'm very professional. I'm never personal at public meetings. And I've commanded a lot of respect for that. Even when people were clearly in the wrong, I mean, we had public meetings about elected officials that were, mismanaging travel funds and staying at, 5-star hotels and flying first class. And even throughout the process of exposing that and rectifying it, I think the people that were involved, like I know one of them specifically came up and thanked me. He said, look, that was really difficult. I was kind of following the lead of one of the other guys, but you handled it really professionally, and I appreciate you not making it personal or trying to, make me look bad. You just did what you had to do, and we got it fixed and we got past it. So again, that was another compliment that gives me a lot of confidence that I can help you guys stay out of trouble. If you want to stay out of trouble.
Yes, Steve, I'm
Yeah.
Cheers. Unreal. Well done.
I mean, at the end of the day, I really believe that being a public official, working for your city should be fun. I mean, it should be. That's kind of, if you're doing this, you're doing it because you like your city. You're doing it because you want to help your community. And if you can stay focused on that, it can be fun. It can be a lot of fun. And you get a great sense of accomplishment from it. But it can also go south if it gets personal with people, or if people have agendas that don't really track what they should be tracking.
Tell us what you know of the legal issues and challenges that Durango currently faces.
I know you've got some issues. I say issues. I know there is a homeless, unhoused, whatever term you like to use for an issue. I understand something happened at a place called Purple Ridge, and there's some conflict between the county's position and the city's position on that issue.
Yeah, Purple Cliffs.
Purple Cliffs. I know there are some issues with your code and all that. We always just refer to it as BBRO stuff, but
Short-term rentals.
short-term rentals. But I think you're past the short-term rental problems, and not problems, but just working through the process on those. And then the alternate dwelling units, I think it's things you guys are trying to deal with, all of which I have experience with and happy to help with. And then I understand there's some issues back and forth with the county, just on land development, land use. So I think those are the big issues. But again, those things, I did this long enough to know that the big issues today are not the big issues tomorrow. So you get through a couple of them, and then then the next one's on the horizon.
You're absolutely right about that.
Lisa.
Can you please tell us what best practices a small city like Durango needs to utilize in their legal department?
I think transparency and availability is not really the right word. Accessibility. Thank you. Yeah, I think your legal department needs to be accessible to all of your city staff. I think you need to be accessible to the public. I worked under a contract in my last job, which was not in-house. It was it worked very well, but it was kind of a strange arrangement. But in that contract, I put things in it like I had to have regular office hours at my private office to where I was available to the public and to the city. So you got to be accessible, you got to be transparent, and you have to be efficient. I think the sit back and wait to see what happens and then litigate is the wrong way to approach, especially in a small city like this. In a big city, sometimes things are coming so fast you can only react. But that's one of the things I like about this job. Is what I liked about my old job was you could be proactive and stay ahead of things. Just make it run more smoothly.
Olivier, how about if you wrap up the formal part of the questions?
Yeah, this is the closing question, which is basically, do you have any questions for us, or would you like to make a closing statement?
Nothing that formal. I mean, I'm certainly happy to chat for a little while longer if there's anything the problems that you guys are having that I didn't touch on in the last couple of questions. Or if you have any questions about, my background or anything I explained you didn't understand, I'm happy to clarify it. Yeah, nothing formal, but
I have two questions.
Yes, you.
So you are now, you passed the Colorado bar exam, right?
it technically waived in.
Wait, oh, okay, because you didn't have to.
So I'm licensed in Louisiana, Washington, DC, and Colorado.
Okay, excellent. So Colorado is kind of a unique state in many ways legally. What have you been doing to bring yourself up to speed on that, and how would you do that even more so in the future for us?
Sure. I've gotten my feet wet in Colorado Springs. I did some work with the Olympic Committee. I've defended a fireman up there on a crazy case. I've counseled with other attorneys. And then, I've read a lot. Smile a little bit when you say you think Colorado is unique, because that's what we always said about Louisiana, because Louisiana was a Napoleonic code,
Right.
meaning that we weren't.
Well, it is unique.
Yes.
It's
that's
just
very,
different
very
than Colorado.
Right, but, and from what I've looked at, you're actually not that different. I mean, I've looked at your home rule charter, which I would strongly encourage you to change a little bit, just because the language is very old and someone's gonna come up and say, why can't a female be such and such a position according to the city charter, because it's all, masculine pronouns in it. I've read through your code of ordinances, it's surprisingly similar to what we were doing in Louisiana. So, as a lawyer, I guess when I became city attorney, because you guys are gonna think that you're never gonna go to Louisiana after I tell you all these stories. The city attorney that I followed, he lost the job because he was caught up in a scandal in the judiciary in the district. The judges were taking bribes from bail bondsmen, and they basically were setting bonds for people if they got paid extra cash by the lawyer, when the lawyers get the money from God knows where. But anyway, our city attorney went into a judge's chambers that was being by the FBI and gave the judge $700 cash right before they had a pretrial conference about a private case, an auto accident case that he was handling. And he tried to say that it wasn't a bribe, that it was a campaign contribution to the judge's niece and all this other strange stuff. But anyway, the point of all that is I have not done any type of municipal law. And immediately I was asked to step into the position temporarily. And within 3 or 4 months, the city came to me and said, we would really like you to stay on permanently because we just can't believe how bad we had it. And the point of all that is that I was a 7 or 8 year attorney at that point. Had never really done any municipal law, but within a very, very short period of time, I was able to see the flaws that would have been going on and correct them, having virtually no civil law or city municipal law experience. And it's funny because you get asked that question and you see that question on some of these job interviews, municipal law experience. There's no real specialty in municipal law because it's basically a catch. I mean, you have to be able to do everything. I made everything from, testify in front of the Department of Justice about voting rights to defend the mayor for rear-ending, somebody when she was driving a city vehicle. So there's no real training for that. It's just experience-based. And a lot of it is you go on the fly, and a lot of it is understanding when you're in over your head. We were on the Mississippi River and someone ran into our water intake on the river and destroyed it. So the city didn't have water for a period of time. And that's maritime litigation, which is a recognized specialty in Louisiana. So I knew enough to say this is never I'd bring someone in and manage them. And I was also very, very good at talking those guys into charging, a third of their normal rate. I still don't know how I did that, but we had these $450 an hour attorneys, and I would talk to them and say, you're really doing a community service here. Why don't you bill it, $150 an hour? And I'd beat them up, and they'd eventually agree to charge less. And it worked out well.
So one of the differentiations in Colorado is a taxpayer bill of rights. So Tabor which has, especially around elections and how monies are funded, things are funded and used. And that's just something that's incredibly unique to Colorado, that obviously has impacts, but
Sure.
obviously if you haven't already picked up on it, you would pick up on it. The other question I had is in the profile that came out about you, an area that had to do with collaboration. And I'm wondering where you thought that might come from, or how really collaborative you actually are, and some examples of how that might work.
Sure. That's a little surprising because we were a collaborative city. We did everything. Now,
Well, the comments indicate that you're collaborative, but for some reason the scoring didn't. So I just wanted you to be aware of that.
so that's the almost like personality testing you guys do. Might have been the mood I was in when I was answering. I don't know. But that's definitely false findings. And I'm very uncomfortable, especially with that first experience I explained where I didn't collaborate with everybody about the gentleman with defense. I mean, I learned my lesson with that one. Part of that's probably just being a lawyer. I mean, when you go to law school, they tell you they're not going to teach you the law, they're going to teach you how to think like a lawyer. And that's kind of true because lawyers think differently than most people. Certainly, I think I understand that sometimes you just have to be the bad guy and tell people no. And maybe some of that showed up in some of the questions. I mean, like we had a system where there was a mayor pro tem, he was the at-large councilman. And whenever the mayor was gone, he would elevate to be the mayor. And I had to tell him no a lot because even though he worked well with everybody, when the mayor would go out of town, he would be kind of emboldened and would he would come and want to do things that were kind of outside the scope of his things that the mayor, when she got back, would not have been happy about. So he got told no a lot, and maybe I was thinking about that because sometimes you just have to stand your ground. You have to tell people things that they don't want to hear. You just have to do it in a professional way.
Well, the responses by the references didn't indicate that, but I don't know exactly how that comes about. So I just.
Do you want to add anything from that one?
Well, I do have one question just based on the outcome. So sometimes when we kind of review, so what role does being in control of the situation play in your job satisfaction? And how important is it for you to control your work environment?
Two-part question.
Mhm.
So the second part, I think when I'm explaining that I like to be proactive and take care of things on the front end, that to me, I want to be in control of my environment. I want to know what's coming. I want to have the ability to manipulate things before they become a problem. And what's the first part?
What role does being in control of the situation play in your job satisfaction?
Down the middle of the road. I mean, I very clearly understand the role of the city attorney is not being in control of the city. And I'm perfectly okay with that. I don't want to run the city. I don't want to be the elected official. I want to be the person who helps the elected officials run the city efficiently and professionally. So that's the question.
That's helpful as well as the.
Yes, having a little background on how that came out. Yeah, that's good.
We are close to the end of our hour together.
Okay.
But I wanted to know if
Does either
Yeah.
Olivia or Melissa or anybody else have questions?
everybody's good?
I have a small question. You moved to Colorado Springs, I believe, several years ago for work, as I saw in your letter. How does that come to play? Is there an obstacle moving to Durango and switching that around, or what is the availability and how complex would that be?
So I'm going to correct you. Your question, you made the presumption that we moved from my work, and we did. We moved for my work. My wife had an opportunity in Colorado Springs. She's a trauma surgeon. She's reserved in the Navy. She picks up to boot. I mean, she just, at our wedding, her dad called her the wind and me the lion, and even this nice analogy about how I create my big city attorney, and she's been all over the place. So to answer your question, she is, she's employable anywhere in the world. And if I'm offered this job and decide to take this job, she is willing to work at the hospital here. So there is not an obstacle.
Anyone else? Would you like to have any closing comments? Not an argument, we're not a jury, mind you, but is there anything you want us to, we should have asked you that we didn't, or you just want us to leave with us?
One, I really want to comment Baker Tilly. I mean, you guys really do a fantastic job. I mean, I've hired companies like you to try and find superintendents for school systems, and it was never this thorough. So kudos to you guys for finding them and using them, and I really enjoyed the process. I love your town. I've told my wife the whole weekend we were here, so this is like the perfect blend of Telluride, which we love, and we have a place there. Where I went to college, which is Athens, Ohio, which looks exactly like here, but in the Midwest. And then the town where I was city attorney. So everything about it feels comfortable and normal to me. And it just seems like a happy place. People are kind. They seem to really just enjoy what they're doing. I do have one question about the city prosecutor role and how is that structured? Whose responsibility is that? What's their caseload?
It's the city attorney's
Yeah, it's
responsibility.
and we're actually recognized that the caseload changed during COVID, obviously.
Sure.
And we're also waiting to get some recommendations from the municipal judge on some of the issues as well. So I think that is it's within the purview of the city attorney's office. We recognize that we may need to up our game on that, but we're waiting for the city attorney, this elected city attorney, to really come in and say, this is what we need. We've worked on a lot with a part-time prosecutor.
Sure.
Or retired
Sure.
attorneys in that regard. And so I can't be any more definitive other than to say whoever comes into this position, I would expect would need to work pretty immediately at looking at our prosecution issues. And we've just had a meeting with our police chief, really talking about some of the difficulties they have through the municipal court with repeat offenders and issues around sentencing. And so we're really trying to get a cross-function, recognizing each of our appointees' individual expertise and the boundaries around that, but also trying to see it as working as a cross-functional team. Is there a way we can address the repeat offenders, particularly on issues of trespassing, which ties to our unhoused population?
And a lot of that has to do with the structure of the court. Right now, it meets twice or 3 times a week. And oftentimes we can't meet the required hours since the citation is issued till they get before a judge because of that timing. So how do we make that more efficient and effective so that we're not losing our authority and our enforcement capabilities?
Right. Yeah, that just stuck out to me because that was a very big issue back in Louisiana. And we actually redid our entire municipal court and it became a model for the state and worked very well. But it took some effort, but I would imagine it's quite different here because just the nature of the population. We were 20,000 people in a greater municipality of over 1 million. And people came into the city for the county seat business. Anyway, so we were an extremely busy city court. Even got featured on the news a couple of times. So I think they had one of the highest conviction rates of any municipal court in the country. And so we had to talk to 60 minutes and all the people about why that's what it was. And anyway, I have a ton of experience working with municipal courts. I hired and managed a city prosecutor and would oversee what he was doing. So I was just curious how it worked here because it didn't seem to come up in any of the preparation for you guys.
Mark?
Sure.
Pleasure to have you here. I'll walk you out. Yolanda, are we starting again at 10:30 or 10:15? Somebody help me with the schedule.
10:30.
You guys, we are set to start at
11:30, I'm sorry.
We're set to start at 11:30, but if our candidates are here, are you two available to keep going so that we can
Thanks for coming.
keep this moving? All right, we'll keep you posted if they're waiting for us early.
And a 16-year-old. Yeah, it's fun. Thank you, Mark. Very nice.
Very nice to meet you. Nice to meet everyone.
Mark, I'll walk you
Mark.
out.
Pleasure meeting you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That clock is off and it's hard to.
It's only 5 minutes past. Not an hour and 5 minutes past. No, I know. No, I know, because Barbara was thinking it was 10.
I had some questions on standby for those kind of on the comparison analysis. I know there's one particularly on Alan. He had a red one on flexibility, so.
Anyone out there just yet, but we can go out and
Well,
look.
that would be 25 minutes early.
Early, I
so-
know,
Yeah.
so. I'm reminding you that there is food and there will be lunch served as well. That's more coffee. You got your pass? Are you gonna-
No, I'm gonna run to my car right now and get it though.
Yeah, the
Can
flexibility.
I use your pass, Kim, to go out and get coffee? Thank you.
We're not supposed to do that, though.
I know.
Intellectual being over focused is also.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's kind of like, well,
What it doesn't say on here is that this is their personal assessment. Correct? Is that, this is their personal?
that's his name's at the bottom.
Yeah, I know, but it
Oh.
doesn't say personal assessment. It could be the references assessments of it too. It could be anybody's assessment. of it.
Oh, no, that's his, that's
Yeah, so
his,
that might be something you might want. 'Cause
Yeah.
I was confused by that,
gotcha,
whether it's
okay,
personal or other.
okay, gotcha. Yeah, I guess you could get into a situation where you're paralysis analysis, I guess.
Yes. Exactly. And if your flexibility is low, that would also add to that, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's kind of. Are you heading out today or are you hanging around for tomorrow?
I'll be here. Is tomorrow exactly the time?
In the morning?
Yeah, right?
No, I think it's early.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah, because I know my calendar always frustrates me with that. Is when I make an appointment somewhere else and go somewhere that doesn't always. Yeah.
Okay. Flight at 3:20, so that's good. Okay.
Siri. Call Aspen Tree.
Enjoyable dinner last night. Where'd you end up going?
I'm staying at the DoubleTree, so
Just eat
I
there.
did, I had a really good salmon Caesar salad.
Okay,
It was delicious.
all right, as long as you.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, I have all of those. That's fine. Could I get 2 minutes worth? Or two doses or two, whatever, because I know it's only every 2 minutes. I get them, I just 6 minutes worth. So,
Yes.
Yeah, it'll probably be tomorrow, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. I like always do that, like I write emails, like for a day. Let me think about it. About how fired up I actually am. I told my husband one time, because he sent out an email before he was ready, I said, don't put two. Tell you completely.
Yeah.
Because then you can't make that mistake.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I'm just gonna sit there and do that. Office staff or direct staff at every. I did have that too.
Absolutely.
Is it, I said,
Yeah, actually. So over it.
I know.
Well, I'm gonna see if our next candidate is ready. It's John is next.
Mhm.
Kim was a pro at driving. We took everyone up to the college to see the view, which you haven't
Where's the
seen.
college?
It's up the hill,
It's on top of the mesa.
on top of the mesa, you have to take all the mountains.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
It's the best real estate in the city.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going there right when I leave here. Well,
What time is your flight?
assuming, I think tomorrow at,
Yeah, she's gonna be here for.
I'll be here tomorrow.
oh, that's right, we've already executive session tomorrow.
Yeah, so it's Fort Lewis College.
Okay.
So, and that's.
Yeah, you could drive up today.
Well,
Is it
it's,
snowing out still?
that's where I was going to ask, can I get up there in a regular?
Yes.
vehicle?
Yes.
The streets are, the snow's not accumulating on the
Yeah,
streets very much.
But
right
there's a
now.
beautiful view of all the mountains. And so that's, I mean, it is stunning. And so, it's, so we started there and we ended up just looking at various neighborhoods, and along the way also projects. So like here's, you know, here's what we might be doing with Old Post, here's some other.
I think it was pretty informative for the candidates.
I don't know if Melissa and Olivier are here, but I do want to say something about this to make sure that clear the fact that this is their personal. Yeah, so the analysis that I spoke to for Mark, it's their personal analysis. It wasn't other people's analysis.
Right.
So I wanted to make that clear because I'm gonna ask a couple questions to John about that too. So.
Maybe
So
Yolanda, it would be helpful when we're all in session, and so when we're actually back, for you to explain how that worked.
I can. Yeah.
What personal analysis are you talking about?
A low score.
What?
on- a low
Oh,
score-
oh,
Yeah, it's the sheet with all the boxes.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
Is Olivia back?
I don't, well, hasn't dropped off.
He's back.
Yeah, okay, so then now we can explain. I thought my step away. Would you like to explain that?
So remember early on, you all took the assessment, right? Or internally, and you should have received that report as well. So what it does is show as it relates to your benchmark, right? Based on all of your feedback in that same compatible survey. So we overlaid the candidates' responses to that same survey to see how well it aligned with or not your desires for your next city attorney. And so from that, it spit out the comparison analysis, which shows how well they align or not with your responses to that survey. So
And all of us completed that survey, right? You had all 5 participation, so.
yes,
Yeah, but this is how it relates to ours, how his evaluation of himself relates to our
but
evaluation.
exactly.
Of what we're looking for, yes.
Yes, and so it's not a pass or fail, it's really just to, as Kim did, follow up on some areas where there may be, kind of low scores, those yellow, red, or even one has a white where it's over, what is it called?
Focused.
Yes, over focused. And so it's just a matter of making sure that you're comfortable that the candidate will align in those specific areas where there may be yellow, red, or white in their personal outcomes. Does that make sense, or any questions about that?
I'm gonna go check in a minute to see if he's coming early.
Go out for tonight.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay,
I don't have
figure
to
you're under-
work.
But I also wanted you to know there's a performance at our Smiley building. It's a
Oh.
musician, I'm trying to think of where he's out of. And he's out of New Orleans. But he's bringing, it's a small group, it's a in town, you could walk to it if you wanted to
Oh,
walk.
really?
About from the DoubleTree, it'd be about a 15-20 minute walk. Smiley building, and I'll send you the link just in case you're interested.
Okay, thank
I'll send it to you. Might even have it right here. Just trying to think of something going on, but I also know the need to get work done. Just a second.
Oh, that's like a nice facility.
Smiley building? Oh, yeah, it's fun. It's oh, the performance, that's the old, yeah. It's from the community concert hall is this
Oh,
sponsor for it.
gotcha, okay.
So let me see if they've got. I just had last minute to take the boys to Mexico.
Sure. How long are you gone for?
Just until Sunday.
Where are you going in Mexico?
Just part of Penasco.
Where's that?
It's like right over the border past Arizona. It's like
Okay.
right on the beach.
Okay.
It's like, it's only like 10 hours, so it's not like that far.
That's
You know,
like
it's
the
like literally
college, but they're sponsoring it as
corner.
Oh,
Ish. I mean,
Sponsoring the performance.
going to Tijuana every day. And it's not a safe area, so yeah, like pretty. Yeah, and I speak Spanish pretty well. Yeah, so I'm okay, but
Live at the Smiling, Christopher Williams,
Passport
at
today.
7:30.
and it expires in a day. Like in a week.
I know it's kind of,
And I was like, oh my gosh.
but it's tonight.
Can you
So
just share
Mexico's
that?
one-
Mexico's, you just have to have it
For current from the
Yeah,
day.
yeah, yeah, not like 6 months out.
Because we're going to Belize at the end of this
Share.
month, and I had to do, even though my passport was good for like 6 months, I'm like, no,
Just in
just 6
case.
months. It's like,
Yeah, it's a thing. Yeah, no, I know. I looked up, I was like, oh
I know.
my God. Which one? I didn't even think about it. I know. Because I have a sister neighbor in a really long time too, you know, so but yeah, exactly. And I was like, it can't be that close. And I looked up, I was like, oh my God. it was
Yeah.
there.
Oh, okay, just a second. Let me just type it in.
I know, when I applied for mine like January, you know, it's 2 to 4 weeks. They're pretty fast actually now. So just take your time. And it did, I mean, it was 2 to 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Exactly what I
What's
said.
your number?
304.
But, yeah.
2889. Did I send that to you? I thought I sent that to my husband.
Oh my God.
I'm driving and so wondering, I thought, okay, she's let me know where she's parking. All right, now how am I gonna send this? Now what do? I just hit, where's the send? That's what I want.
Yeah.
I'm done and I'm gonna send it to you. There
Yeah.
you go. Okay, yeah, that's what you said. You sent me this. It's
That
some
is
video.
hilarious. No wonder he didn't get it.
And when
I
you didn't
said,
respond
I
to
just
me.
sent it.
I told you he's not talking to me anymore.
All right, I'm gonna go check and see if we've got our. It's
Oh my
funny.
gosh, got to be careful.
We don't have snow down in.
You don't make
Missouri.
assumptions now, right?
We do, but we haven't had much this year.
All right, let me go see if our next candidate is here.
There it is.
Right, we have our next candidate.
Hello, Don.
Hello.
You sit over there.
Yes, perfect. I am Jessica.
John Mel.
Nice to meet you.
See you in person.
Nice to meet you face to face.
Yes.
Melanie.
I want to make sure we've got.
Welcome, Durango.
Yes, please. I was just going to introduce you guys.
As well, are you going as in speaking or stepping out for a minute?
I think he's back. I think he said, welcome to Durango, and I'd like to reiterate the same. I'm Melissa Youssef, thank you. And I'm just gonna start by apologizing for being on Zoom. I am out of the country, otherwise I'd be at the table, but thank you.
No worries, thank you.
And
And it
then-
is convenient that we can do that.
And our other council member is Olivia Bosmans.
Hello.
Who's also there.
I know.
Um, So what we're gonna do, we're starting a bit early, which is always good. We have 15 prescribed questions that we've all agreed upon.
Okay.
And we'll go around and kind of ask them. There's also room for discussion along the way. And then there's also time, we were trying to allow time also within this process for any questions you might have.
Mhm.
Or any additional questions that might come up as a review of the materials.
Sure.
So if it seems a little formal, it's because we're also trying to be consistent.
So
And
I
I think
understand.
that's important. So I do want to convey that. We do have one as an attendee, and that is our paralegal who's on there.
Okay.
It's a public meeting, so anyone else could come in. But, and she is a retired, but has been helping us out in the transition.
Okay.
So I think that's really important. Anything else just for ground rules? I'll start, we'll go around here and then we'll end up going also to our two council members who are virtual.
Yep.
And let's get started.
Sounds good.
So I have the opening general question, which is please provide us with a brief professional introduction and tell us what attracts you to the city attorney position.
Sure. I'm John Maloney. I've been practicing law for about 23 years. First decade was in Washington, DC, and then I moved to Colorado in 2013. And throughout my career, it's been a general civil litigation practice, which has included business litigation and that sort of thing, but has also, in my litigation practice, included suits with municipalities, including 1983 actions, but also zoning, setback, land use type of things from the plaintiff side. And then in I went to work for the city of Thornton and quickly went from assistant city attorney to deputy city attorney in a legal department with 17 people in a city with 140,000 people. And so we had a large volume of municipal issues coming through. And as deputy, I got to touch sort of a wide variety of issues. So I had familiarity with open records of meetings, police issues, liquor licensing, marijuana licensing, all the gamut of issues that come before municipality. And so I did that for over 3 years and really liked the transition from an adversarial position where I was always taking one person or entity's side to a position that required looking out for the public interest. And it's both, I found that to be more satisfying professionally, but it's also a challenge, right? There are multiple constituencies that I found myself needing to be aware of and sort of advocate for. And so that's, leaning towards why I'm interested in Durango is I did really have this sense of satisfaction working for a city. And then went to Denver for a short period of time, but moved to Glenwood Springs for family reasons. I had my first child at the beginning of 2021, and we were sort of geographically tied to Glenwood for reasons that have changed. And now, subject to finding good daycare, we can sort of go anywhere these days. And so I'm geographically free to look at other municipalities, and we've been exploring Durango for the past couple of days and quite like it. And so with that litigation background, but municipal law for basically the past 4 years, though I'm in private practice again now, I think it's a reasonable fit. I bring the skills to Durango, and from what we've seen, we like Durango. I mean, it's the adventuresome part of the state, where we're similar to where we live now, and enjoy the city, and it's a good size.
Okay, number 2, based on your knowledge of the city of Durango, what do you feel will be the most significant challenges for the new city attorney? And how would you propose to meet those challenges?
It's like a city attorney's office in transition. The first thing that jumped out at me, just looking at, I mean, besides reading the newspaper articles about the previous city attorney leaving, and then the assistant also leaving, which sort of jumped out as a real challenge for anyone coming in. I think that may be related to the size and growth of the city itself. And so I think that the challenge is staffing appropriately and being able to draw from resources, whether, you know, a full-time employee resource, but also I've worked with CIRSA and CML, the Colorado Municipal League, and both of those entities have lots of resources to draw from. And so I think obviously the challenge is what looks like a lot of work for what will initially be a single attorney, city attorney's office. But that can be met by appropriately using resources that are available.
And I think you probably also know that originally we had given the previous city attorney direction to hire an assistant attorney, as well as to make the office be more functional for the complex. So that is something that the new city attorney and council will work on together too, is what does that look like?
Good to know.
Yeah. Sorry. Describe a time in which you weighed the pros and cons of a situation and decided not to take action, even though you were under pressure to do so. Why and what was the outcome?
And I will add, this is professional.
All the other candidates go, you mean professional.
Right.
So I'll just,
Okay, no, I appreciate that.
I was gonna wait and see.
There was a liquor licensing issue at one point where there was pressure from enforcement to take action, from law enforcement to take action against a particular business for liquor license violation where it was a strict reading of the code. And I was the attorney that needed to actually engage in the enforcement action and believed that we could get compliance through request rather than an enforcement action. And so spoke with the police who we had to come up with a process for how we would deal with issues like that. And it took an explanation about how I was working in the capacity of a prosecutor, where the prosecutor always has discretion on their criminal side. And this was just a licensing enforcement issue. And so we agreed for a process going forward where I'd be presented with the liquor licensing case and have the discretion whether to move forward with pursuing a violation or obtaining compliance through request, which was, I will say, the non-action, though it took a little bit of action, but it was a non-legal action. It seemed to be in the best interest of all parties involved.
And was it successful?
It was. It was for a period of time.
Sometimes bad characters will be bad characters.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
Melissa.
Hi. If you could please describe your ability to handle sensitive political issues and problems and provide some examples on how you have dealt with those issues in the past.
Let's see, I can think of an issue with shopping center and environmental cleanup that was a very sensitive political issue with different sides of the nonpartisan council taking different sides. And in my capacity, it was simply receiving information and compiling a case. And we were careful not to pick sides or sort of push one side or another while doing a thorough investigation and finding what evidence we would be able to present for enforcement. And so I don't know if that's a great explanation, but that's certainly a political issue where I was well aware that it was political, and our office needed to be non-political. We needed to simply do our job.
Olivier,
Thank you for that answer. How will you develop processes between the city attorney's office and departments for legal review?
I think it would take some time to figure out establishing relationships with the department heads. I have worked somewhat closely with a town attorney in a small town in Colorado recently, and spoke about the formal request for legal services that we had in Thornton. We had a very, very formal process. Departments filled out a form, and that was their request for legal services. And it would go in the queue, get prioritized, and we would have a very formal process. This Mountain town attorney laughed when I told him that and said, you know, that doesn't fly in a 3,000 person town. I think that Durango's somewhere between there, where processes are important, but so is a level of informality and just relationship with the people who are making decisions and might need just a quick question. And so I would want to try to have some type of formality to the process, because I understand how that can streamline things, how that can give both the city manager and council an idea of what's being run through the legal department, because I know that that can sometimes be a blind spot. It's like something goes in, you don't know what happens 2 months later, you don't know what's been worked on, what hasn't. And so the formal process can help, but I think that it wouldn't be entirely helpful to try to impose that either immediately or at all. I think it would have to sort of be on the ground, figuring out what would work for the level of formality.
thank you. Come back in with our.
This is where you follow along. We're going
Okay.
to number 6. Just in case
Yeah,
some of
thanks.
them may be long.
Yeah.
And more parts.
And for 4 parts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What process do you use to obtain agreement? And that could be with a council member, with staff, with a colleague, city manager, with a constituent vendor, any situation. Describe a time when you use these processes successfully.
I guess, the process is frequently in a generalist position like this. I'm going in and talking to someone who knows the subject matter much better than I do. And so my process really first is to listen, then try to analyze it from a legal perspective, provide feedback from what it looks like legally to me, and then listen again to see if that kind of creates a problem. And I don't know, I don't really want to get into details, but we had a tax issue where it looked like we would read it one way, back and forth a few times with the tax department. Ultimately, some practical applications played out, and it turned out that was legally feasible. And so, that's in my mind jumping out in a way where it was a specific subject matter that we had to educate ourselves on in order to move forward and go with department recommendations.
Wait, here's the 4-part question coming up, so you might need a reference. Yeah. Number 7, describe a time when you took a directive rather than a collaborative approach with someone. What was the situation that made this approach necessary? What was the result? And would you do the same approach again, and why?
5 parts.
Okay, so yeah.
Yeah, the why at the end.
Yeah, and why?
And what, right. Let me think on that one. I guess this is not necessarily with someone, but with a different department, where it was, we always tried to collaborate with the municipal court. I supervised the 2 prosecutors, and there was a statutory change about expungement of juvenile records. And we ultimately took a directive approach because the prosecutors, given our reading of the law, needed to be able to weigh in on multiple offenders before the records were expunged. And there's, from the prosecution perspective, there's a very different type of offender who is offending multiple times. And if the records are expunged, they go away and the prosecutors can't see them. And so we tried to collaborate. Collaboration did not work. And we ultimately filed an appeal. I mean, we litigated against our own municipal court and got a Court of Appeals decision saying that we were reading, the prosecutors' read of the statute was correct. And so where it was something that was important for the administration of justice and we could not get a decision through collaboration, there's a way to get decisions and you get that through court. And last part of the question, would I use the same approach again and why? Would use the same approach again if necessary. We gave it time, but I might give it another week, right? No, I mean, I'm serious. Like it creates real tension to do something like that. And it was an important outcome for justice and for the prosecutors. But it was also a difficult process. And so it is the way to get the outcome you need when pushed up to do it. But it's better to avoid that if possible.
In dealing with elected officials, describe a situation in which you have disagreed with the city council on a policy matter and how the matter.
I've dealt with elected officials indirectly as deputy for 6 weeks directly when I was interim city attorney in Thornton. I also dealt with boards and commissions frequently. And I sit on a library board right now. And so it's interesting for me to see it from that perspective. We have our own council. But this is a difficult question for me because ultimately it's city council's majority rule decision to make policy. And it's almost inappropriate for lawyers to disagree on policy, except when that bumps up against a law violation. And so I don't have I don't have a good example where I've disagreed on policy and acted on it. I've disagreed on implementation. I said, we can't go take a timeout and take a huddle and go into executive session when there isn't a reason to do that. But that's not policy, that's
Process.
right. So I am able to disagree with council members when there is bumping up against legal process, but policy is up to council.
Melissa?
Great. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. If the city council had a significant split on an issue, how would you work with members on both sides of the issue to resolve it?
Again, earlier I said listening, and I think that's the important part. Listening and trying to find common ground. Sometimes when there's a split on an issue, it's a split on interests rather than just sides, and those interests can be overcome, and a middle ground can potentially be found. Yeah, and certainly I would talk individually to members to try to find out what their interests are, and lay out the legal bounds of the split among council. But again, as for policy decisions for individual council member votes, council members are elected to make policy decisions by voting.
Thank you.
Olivier.
Thank you for that answer. Without naming specific parties involved, describe for us a particularly challenging legal issue or court case you have handled, and what was the outcome? And if you could relive the experience, would you have done anything differently?
I have dealt with some subpoenas for police records where we did fight in order to keep all police records from being turned over. And as I've gained more experience in that part of municipal law, I've learned that oftentimes defense counsel is looking for a particular thing while asking for a lot of things, and you can speak with them and ask them what they really want, and give that without spending the time getting it in front of a judge in chambers and providing all the records and having the judge make the decision, when the real question is, hypothetically, in a assault on an officer case, is does this officer have a lot of or any sustained complaints about excessive violence? Defense counsel will often ask for their entire file, all their education, all their personnel files, and everything like that. But they'll say, this is what I'm really looking for. And so I've taken one of those to the mat before, and it took way more time than it should have to get the judge to make a reasonable decision, where if you're dealing with reasonable defense counsel, you can do it in a lot less time and get the right outcome for the public interest.
Council meetings and discussions about that. There'll be several questions pertaining to that topic. During city council meetings, would you be willing to help council and the mayor in running efficient and effective council meetings, ensuring that we stay on agenda, have equal opportunities for participation among the council, and follow protocol? How might you assist council in this process?
Certainly, it would help. The municipal code says that Robert's rules are the rules of order for Durango, and some familiarity with Robert's rules. And those allow for discussion, and they're timeless rules for allowing everyone to get a say, but also for moving discussion on and requested. And, I could assist by, obviously the mayor's going to run the meeting, but I could assist simply with questions on who goes when do we cut off discussion, what's the procedure for cutting off discussion, while making sure that everybody has the opportunity to weigh in on an issue.
Following that, number 12, are you comfortable actively participating in meetings, perhaps even interrupting when necessary to ensure that council follows rules and regulations and stays out of trouble? Have you done this in previous roles, and what did it look like?
I have done this in previous roles. So I've worked with council a little bit. I work with our liquor licensing authority a lot, and the citizens on the liquor licensing authority had a little less experience than those council members with rules of order. And so I would, with some frequency, say, Madam Chair, point of order. We need to cut off discussion at this point. We need discussion. We need to vote. And so yes, I have experience with doing that with a board that met every month. And again, I do need to say that with the caveat of try to avoid over formality while using rules in order to keep things running.
Tell us what you know of the legal issues and challenges that Durango currently faces.
The two that pop out are the open records issues and the sort of homeless cleanup issues, making the newspaper. And that's how I know it, but those seem to be the primary issues, as well as some of ethics and conduct complaints and code being rewritten. And we've worked with open records. I've worked with open records on both sides, from the city side and also obtaining open records. And that's one of the areas of government that is a challenge, but is in the public interest. Government is intended to be open. You don't want to have a chilling effect on internal communication. And that's the balance that you need to strike. The district court judge was trying to strike that balance in the most recent ruling. And in all rulings, that's sort of what you need to take a look at. So yeah, those are the sort of three primary issues that I'm aware of. I'm sure there are many, many more that are making the front page of the newspaper.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. What best practices does a small city like Durango need to utilize in their legal department?
I think the practices should involve workflow, knowing who's asking questions. And this, I don't have a determination of what it is, but city attorney represents council as an entity, the actual entity, and council is made up of 5 people. And so having some direction from that side is helpful about just getting legal questions from council. From the department side as well, legal questions come from all of the departments, and they could all be funneled through the city manager, which increases the city manager's workload. It can come from just department heads. And I think that would take, again, I mean, I know the rough size of the city, 19 some thousand people, 400 some employees in the city itself. And I don't know how, I think it would take some time to figure out how that workflow would actually run.
Thank you. Thank you.
Olivier.
That is the closing question. Do you have any questions for us, or would you like to make a closing statement?
I would be interested to hear council members' thoughts on the relationship of the city attorney's office with council, sort of what the current challenges are and what your vision for what the office looks like in a year would be.
I'm gonna open that up to anyone who wants to jump in, and I'll finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, obviously, the current challenge is consistency. That we had a great city attorney, and then his resignation, the hired assistant city attorney was our interim city attorney, and then he's gone and resigned, and so now we have another interim city attorney. So that would be like consistency and a great relationship and workflow. Like that's where I hope that's what comes out of this is long-term relationship that can be with, you know, the city for a long time and work together with city council. So
Barbara and Melissa and I have been here for the last 4 years.
Melissa for 6.
And Melissa even longer. No, I was going to go there. And previously with the city attorney, we really didn't communicate on a regular basis. And then through a series of changing the fact that we didn't have goals and objectives and we didn't have performance reviews and things like that to speak of, we've changed that process. And so the previous city attorney had started adopting a process of, at least on a monthly basis, letting us know where the things he was working on, you know, where they were, where he was on them, what had been resolved, and working with us on prioritizing. Because I think sometimes, especially now with how complex the city's attorney's office is and with our growth and the fact of additional support like an assistant city attorney and maybe something else. Knowing how to prioritize based on council's needs and wants and the strategic plan. We also never had a strategic plan until 2 years ago. So that really helps drive a lot of these conversations. And there's always things that have to happen right now versus things that can be longer term. But how do you make priority changes and adjustments? And that's one of the big conversations. So that we know what's happening and we don't want to be surprised. We have in the past had situations that I really think should have been anticipated given the knowledge legally and weren't. And so that was a big surprise. And then there's a big gap when when council goes, well, what do we do about this? And there's like, well, I don't know. I'm gonna have to spend some time working on that. So I know that that can happen because those things become unaware, but being ahead of the game and being prepared, I think is really critical for this community, given how complex we actually are for the size of it.
Olivia or Melissa?
Sure, I'll jump in. Thank you. Yeah, I think challenges for the, and about the relationship with the city attorney's office to council, is workflow, substantial level of workflow increase over the last couple of years as a result of the numerous issues that we have going on with the city, a lot of our growth, a lot of the projects that we've been doing and jumping into have required a lot of work on the part of our city attorney. So a lot of workload increase we've seen over the last couple of years for our city attorney's office. And so the other issue around that is staffing. We just have realized, and our past city attorney realized that we needed, we needed more staff. But we have waited until we get a final city attorney on board to do that for good reasons, I think. But in any case, so staffing is also an issue. And just keeping up, like counselors have said, with the various demands of the job that are ever changing and pulling you from one task to another fast. And like we want answers, as soon as possible to keep ourselves and the city out of trouble or to make the right moves. And so it's a lot of changing priorities, dynamic. It's a tough job in that regard, I think, quite honestly. And I don't think it's any different than any other growing municipality, but we are there now. I think we're a small city with a lot of big city problems. So we face some of the same issues.
Olivia, do you have anything to add?
Well, I agree that we want a long-term relationship and ability to prioritize and complete the ever-increasing, it seems, workload. So I think the comments that were made were in line with what my thoughts are. Thank you.
I would like to add, I think the challenge is you work for 5, right? You work for the council. And so we are 5 individuals, but you work for the council. And so building on what Kim said, what we try to do is have quarterly meetings in executive session with our appointees, each appointee individually. And it's both an evaluation and it's a discussion of workflow, what you need to get your job done, what can we do to improve the efficiency? Because all of that is tied to the evaluation. So we go into executive session and we do a informal check-in as an evaluation. Things seem to be going well, or it looks like we should have some improvement on timeliness or this or that, or we need to talk. So that's kind of how we do it. And then once a year we have a tool that we actually go through in a more formal manner. But the objective on the quarterly is there's no surprise at the end of the year. If any, from a direction from council, you're getting that feedback on a quarterly basis. That's also the time that we really have as a council to direct you. It looks like your work plan makes sense, or what else do you need? And so I think implementing that and continuing to do that. We've started it, it requires discipline to continue it. It requires discipline on the part of all of council, because it doesn't work if only 3 of us are here, right? To give you that you actually need to hear from all of council. So if there's any dissension, you've also heard that as well, or could hear that. So I think that's really important going forward. I think I also talk about my own view is that we meet on the first and third Tuesday of each month, and we tend to not do it during the December holidays and sometimes during the November holidays. But that schedule's made. And so I think it's really important that all of council be in attendance because we work as a body. And so I think that's been for me a concern this past year and a half. And so I think that for you to be able to be successful, or any city attorney to be successful in their job, you need to work with the body. And the body is all five of us. And so I really feel strongly that that's essential. And then I'll repeat the opportunity for feedback and the need to do that in a way where we can all speak candidly. To do that outside of executive session.
Yep.
Not that it's beating anyone up, but being able to talk about this where it looks like this is falling, not getting done as quickly as we might hope.
Right, and certainly personnel issues like that can be.
Yes, so I think as I think about new councils, I think that's very important. Other questions? And we've also, I know Kim will have some other questions, but we have plenty of time, we're good.
Okay. What do you ask me, my knowledge of the sort of legal issues, what do you see coming down the pike for the city over the next year?
Well, we have annexation, probably of a significant portion of land for housing and commercial and light industrial development. We have urban renewal authority that has two planning areas right now, and they're both, it's new. So as the TIF takes action and all the other things that occur, as well as combining that with part of the urban renewal authority is about workforce housing and other housing. So how do we integrate those two things together and make it successful while still achieving our TIF goals? Those are two things I can think of. We have a piece of property that I think we may have mentioned this to you, that the train currently runs parking lot. So around that lease negotiation and or what does that property look like in the long run? It's the entrance to our community and a parking lot, a dirt parking lot. It's not representative of our community. So how do we bring those community cultural ethics or essence and still, have the train have an area to park or whatever it is they need. We have a fire district that is working on developing a new firehouse in town, right there, station in town. And then we have an old school building that the city's looking at as a civic center and community center. So there's going to be a lot of change. So this building is ancient, it's not doing very well. Our police department's ancient. So combining all those things together and making all those land uses work. What do we do with these pieces of a very interesting and consuming job? It will be great fun.
I would say in addition to that, the excessive amount of open records requests and lawsuits and stuff that the city has faced over really the last year, it feels like it's gotten 2 years, maybe gotten excessive. I think it's probably politics in general. It's very divisive, but also that you're coming into a situation potentially that has a lot of opportunity. I mean, in terms of you shaping how potentially, because council has previously said that we want an assistant city attorney as well, and paralegal in some sort of way, and then working with prosecutors, and I feel like there's a lot of moving parts that you could have an influence over how to make. Yeah.
Olivia and Melissa, do you want to add anything to the response to John's question?
No, I think you guys have hit on the big ones.
I would add that I agree, it's a huge opportunity to really build a program. And I would also say, historically, our city attorneys have been longer standing positions.
Longer term.
Term. I mean, they don't turn over as frequently as other positions do. But I also think the relationship building with council and having that as a body And then I also, to add to some of Kim's comments, you know, we're dealing with, you know, right-of-ways in our utilities. I mean, we've got a long-standing discussion of trying to obtain a right-of-way to deal with some important work that needs to happen on our pumping station, and getting that right-of-way resolved, and that's, you know, with the train. Getting that resolved is a big deal. And I also think it's, no, I think it's one thing for council to be responsive to the community. But I also think it's very important that we follow process and not get out of sequence, especially if the city attorney is involved in something in the process, like whether it's a negotiation of a lease or anything like that. So I think there's also a real sense of, you know, council sets the policy, but the appointees handle their expertise. And I look to that as an issue to also be real clear on.
Mayor, I would add just one other thing too, as I think about this. The other kind of big issue, in addition to the projects that council has kind of mentioned and brought up, is our relationships with the county and the tribe. And the, you know, IGAs between them for various projects. There's so much going on that does involve some, you know, in Durango Mesa Park, we have some big issues around us that will involve a lot of partnership work with the city attorney and the county attorney, for example, attorney at the tribe. So that's also going to be a big part of the work for sure.
Well, I did have a couple of questions for you. In going through your resume, I noticed that your tenure in some positions wasn't all that long. 2004 to 2006, 2006 to 2007, 2018 to 2021, 2021 to, and then 2021 basically to now. So, and that's concerning for me because I think the consistency, as you mentioned, is really, really important here. And given the challenges we've had over the last 8 months, it makes it even more important. So how would you speak to that timing situation, if you will?
Sure. When I worked for myself for 11 years, it was very consistent. I was my employer and I had just a bunch of different clients. And so the bulk of my career, it was sort of doing the same thing. The first few years out of school, I got a job, but then I went back to get an MBA degree. And so that it was really going from work to school to work again. I think probably the more recent changes are the most relevant, and I can speak to those, which is I was looking for consistency after working for myself in private practice for 11 years. It ebbs and flows, it goes up and down, and serving the public interest in a government job seemed to be steady for me. It turned, I started as assistant city attorney, became deputy city attorney, working directly under the city attorney in Thornton. And let go on a 5-4 vote on 1 day's notice. And that was a council decision, not his, not mine. And I was the next guy up, but I was his guy. That being the case, I did not have long-term prospects there. It was not me choosing to leave, though I chose to go somewhere else, if that makes sense. The signal was there that I should not be there. So I jumped to Denver because it was available, the assistant director job there. But that was a time in my life that was in flux because I was having a child with a partner in Glenwood Springs. And while we were leaning towards the Front Range, her job was frankly more important after the inconsistency of the Thornton job.
So you're leaving Glenwood now, though, after just a year and a half.
Yes, she had a job that was tied geographically to Glenwood Springs. that she no longer had 3 months after having a child. And so she now has a remote work job that frees us up to be anywhere.
But why are you living in Lebanon Springs?
I'm saying, yeah, we can geographically be anywhere
I know,
and
but
private,
you've
yeah.
only been there for a year and a half. Why are you leaving?
It's the same deal with private practice. I get some real satisfaction out of working in public service for a city. And I get some real consistency with steady government work, where the private practice that I'm in right now is a non-salary health counsel position that goes up and down.
So you're not working for the city in Lebanon Springs. You're working
Right, I'm working for a private law firm.
That's
Yeah.
council.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense. On your self-analysis, there were a couple of things that popped up. One was a red as far as its compatibility with what we're looking for. A red in flexibility, and then which obviously that means poor compatibility, and then a white in intellectual, which is over-focused. Can you kind of explain where you might have, like in your own way of thinking about yourself, why those two things might have popped up?
Yeah, I hadn't seen those, but flexibility.
Yolanda has the actual questions that we.
And can explain the process.
Yeah, so you remember taking the assessment, and it's not a pass or fail. It's really just about, as Counselor Baxter says, it's really just about compatibility. Because they took a companion survey, the council, and so whatever the were, your responses were overlaid with theirs to kind of see what areas should be explored a little bit further. So again, no pass or fail, just questions. So a couple of questions, like, so on the flexibility piece, can you provide an example when you were forced to change priorities or direction, and how did you feel when you were first confronted with that change?
So that influenced, whatever you answered to that,
Yeah.
influenced your flexibility score.
So you're not asking me the question, you're saying
Yeah,
the question.
no,
Sorry,
whatever
no,
it was
that
that you answered.
No, that wasn't,
No,
that wasn't the question. That is a question I'm asking
Oh,
now. That wasn't the specific question on there. So can you provide an example of when you were forced to change priorities or direction? And then how did you feel when you were confronted with the change?
I'm going through cases that we had with the city, and certainly there were some marijuana case and there's a shopping center case where taking the direction with the case was directed essentially from city. And that was, I took the correct direction and then go argue the case. I mean, I think I'm probably even showing that even if I wasn't necessarily on board with that, but I do that all the time as a lawyer, which is find a defensible position and you argue the position that the client wants to take. I'm guessing on the analysis is sort of like how strong are you in your beliefs, leads to inflexibility. And I can change actions, but in my own personal beliefs, I do have some confidence in my own belief. So I can take different courses of action when requested to by counsel.
Focused.
Yes. So when you, how do you strike a balance in terms of, like, do you believe there's such a thing as taking too much time or energy or effort and over analyzing an issue? How do you balance that?
I would take all the time possible on every issue if practically permitted.
Right.
Honestly, I mean, that is my personality, but in private practice right now, when I have to file a motion to dismiss, if I spend more than 10 hours on it, the client's not gonna pay. And so it's true that my personality would be to spend 100 hours and make sure I have the appeal brief written before I file the initial motion. But that's not the world we live in. And I don't do that because that just doesn't work.
There's worse things than being too smart.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, you're too intellectual, so
But it kind
sorry.
of goes along with the whole flexibility.
Yeah.
But that's good to know that it was accurate.
Yeah.
I was curious about Oxford. Can you talk a little bit about how you ended up there?
Sure. I went back to get an MBA degree after practicing for a couple of years, in large part because I spent my junior year abroad there. And just found the tutorial system to be amazing. It's a completely different education system than in the United States. And there were 2 hours of class per week in my undergrad program, and we would have an assignment of 10 books to read and write a 10-page essay and then defend it by yourself in front of your professor. And so when my grandmother always told me, get all of the education you can before 30, I practiced for a couple of years. It was a little uncomfortable. Or I wanted to get more education than I had as a lawyer. And that was the place I wanted to go to. And it really was, the MBA program too was probably not just for all the spreadsheets that we did, but because the program was it was 25% North Americans, including Mexico and Canada, and then 75% from the rest of the world. And even just like corporate government class, they would ask a simple question about what shares in a company were. And I would say their property, and the shareholders own the property, and the board of directors hires management, and their job is to maximize profit. And the Japanese guy on the left of me would say, no, it's a cultural institution, right? And the German guy on the right of me would say, well, it's probably half in trust in order to create the fund that goes back to the education that would create better lenses in the future or something like that. And so it was amazing to understand things that I just took for granted in the corporate world that are very different from my peers there.
Yeah, I spent over 25 years in higher education and have worked at liberal arts colleges and big universities. So I found the small liberal arts college onto the big institution and then over to the international arena. I found that an interesting educational path.
Really enjoyed it.
I bet you
Each one
benefited.
of the three has its own real benefit.
Anything else that you would, or does anyone else have another question? Let me just check in.
No,
Yes,
thank you very much.
okay, so I'd like to, it's about, we've been almost an hour together. We started a bit early, so it's not a final presentation to a jury or anything like that, but is there anything that we didn't ask you that you thought we should have? Or is there any kind of final comment that you might want us to go away with?
Just to me, it does seem like a real opportunity that fits with my skills. Enjoy the area. I've been trying to sell it to my partner and 2-year-old this weekend, and it's challenging. I mean, it looks like it's an incredible challenge with the staffing up the department and getting a legal department that would suit Durango's needs. But I think that I've got the background both in business with the business processes and in municipal law and in the broader sort of lot of legal experience that would at least put me in the position to try to work with counsel to succeed.
John, I'll walk you out and
This is Wanda.
our next.
It's great meeting you. Thank you.
What's our next schedule? Is it? We have a break now?
Yeah.
12:30? Okay, can someone, we're gonna turn off the recording and we'll be coming back because our next appointment isn't until 1:30.
Okay.
All right, so can one of you guys turn off and I'll walk John out the door.
Thank you. Thank
not-
you so much, John.
Awesome.
Bye. Okay, I'll check out then turn back on in what, an hour? No, sooner?
Yeah, maybe like an hour just in case they're early, I would say. Like it says
Okay.
1:30.
So I'll come back in at, so it's 1:30 your time, so like 2:20?
Yes.
Yeah,
If you're.
Okay.
yeah.
What's that?
If you're, where are you?
I'm in, God, it's just like, where in the world? I'm in London. So it's 6 hours ahead. It was 7, but with daylight saving times, now it's 6. I've been fully messed up.
Be back here in an hour.
Yeah. Just be back.
I'll be back in an hour.
Okay.
Perfect.
That's the easiest
Yeah.
one. No time difference.
I know, right?
Okay, bye. I don't even think I'm gonna leave the meeting though, honestly, because then I have to get back in. I'm just gonna turn my camera off and my video off. Okay. Okay.
You get us.
Just a second, I can only do one thing at a time.
Bring you in.
This mouse is
Thank you for
really
working
hard
through all
to
that
use.
with me.
The little play
Glad you made
button
it.
next to it.
Did
The right.
you
Oh.
stay over last night?
No. Now we're used.
Okay.
There we go. Out of time.
I don't
No,
think- no.
I need to
Thank you.
promote him.
Yeah.
See if he ends up as a panelist here in a second.
Is it spring break?
Olivia, we have tried to promote you.
Well, those are the questions,
There
right,
it is.
so just for your convenience as we go through them, there'll be some.
Can you all hear
most
us,
that'll-
Melissa and Olivier?
You have that.
Yes, I can. I can hear you.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Yes, I can.
The recording?
Yes, it
We're
is.
recording.
Okay.
So Clayton, welcome. It's good to see you. Thank you for
Thank you.
driving over. We've got an hour, give or take, together.
Okay.
So, and then you'll also have a follow-up interview with, a second interview with the executive leadership team. Including, yeah. And so what we have are 15 questions that we have there, so you can reference them as well, but we will go around and ask them of you. And these are questions that we as a council agreed to, kind of rank those. But we also will have other people, other individual councilors may have questions. There may be some things that come up as a result of the conversation.
Sure.
And we also want to allow time for questions from you, if you have some. So that's, we're going to try to monitor it that way. And we will, it may seem a little formal, but we also want to be consistent with our applicants. So we want to make certain that there's that process. And there are some places where if it seems like we're getting a little long in an explanation, or maybe we're coming back and forth with other questions, but I know we're going to cover it further down. I might remind us of things like that. So, and then I'm going to make certain Melissa and Olivia, you can both hear it. You can hear us, okay? Okay, and
I can, yep, I absolutely can.
great. So I'll start with the first question. Oh, and also Yolanda may also jump in with some clarifying issues around some of the, I don't know if it's testing that you did or some of the surveys,
Yeah, I think we might be okay on this one. but I'll
Okay.
double check.
if you have to. So I'll start with,
They should all be done. I spent a lot
They
of
were
time.
done.
yeah, they're all.
It's just how they turned out. that we
Okay.
had questions.
Good
All right.
questions. So it's an opening question. Just provide us with a brief professional introduction and tell us what attracts you to this city attorney position.
Okay, how brief?
As long as you want.
Yeah.
I'm
We have at
teasing.
least 15 questions.
So I'll
doing an
keep
hour.
it general.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna,
Because you
I'm
have
gonna
my
put a timer on for 3
resume
minutes.
and all that. Yeah, I'm used to the 3-minute answers. You have my resume. I don't want to get into too much detail or bore you. I've been practicing law for 17 years, going on 18 years. I originally started with the U.S. Army JAG Corps and on active duty for the Army. And I got a lot of experience there doing administrative law, contract law, criminal prosecution, felony level. And then I transitioned into Department of Defense work for the Surface Deployment Distribution Command, where I was a full-blown contract attorney, got a promotion, became a fraud counsel, which is a very interesting position with the Defense Contract Management Agency, and worked in Department of Defense up until I moved to Colorado about 7 years ago. And so during that time, I was basically doing major contracts, doing fraud investigations, consulting with Criminal Investigation Division and the Attorney General's Office for Prosecutions, et cetera. Had some really fun big cases against major can't-fail companies that get caught for fraud and claim a book error, pay the government back however many hundreds of millions of dollars, and on we go. So that was really fun. It felt rewarding. So then I moved to Colorado. I wasn't even barred in the state, but I knew I wanted a change of lifestyle for my family. And nothing happened bad or anything. I just wanted my daughters to grow up not caring about what brand of jeans they wore. And where I was in Southern Illinois metro St. Louis area, there's just cornfields and
who you know and what jeans you have on, and it's really,
What
was
high
a
school
silly
did you go to?
lifestyle. Is that,
And what high school did you go to?
Fallon Township High School.
No, that's one of the questions that people ask in St. Louis area.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's important.
Yeah.
It is very true. So, and we were in an affluent area outside of Scott Air Force Base, and I could just see my daughters growing up in a way that I didn't want them to. So I moved them out here, had to get reciprocity with Colorado to get my bar license, and my first job was town prosecutor for Pagosa, fell into municipal law, really enjoyed it, and started expanding my private practice to just do municipal law. I have multiple clients now, and I've represented a statutory or home rule city or town for the last 5 years off and on. I've been a municipal judge in Pagosa. I'm still there, a prosecutor, and currently I represent Silverton, Westcliff, and Cold Creek. This job attracts me because it's a level up for me. I'm constantly looking to dig deeper, become better, learn more. I don't want to say work harder, but be more challenged in my in what I do. And so this to me is a opportunity to take a step up. And I also am very interested in this position because it affords me the opportunity at leadership, which I only get in my reserve job. And I forgot to mention I'm in the U.S. Army Reserves. And I get a lot of leadership there. I have a team of attorneys and paralegals, and I consult. I'm the legal consultant to a general officer of the 95th Training Division. And so I don't get to do that in my civilian life. And it's something I really enjoy and something I miss and something I would be really looking forward to.
You've been in Colorado for 5 years, is that what you said?
7 years.
7 years.
I've been practicing law here for about 5.5 years. I tried to not work my wife and like homeschool my kids and like, you know, stay home dad. I did it successfully, but then my wife said, remember that one talk when I was going to get to go part-time and you were going to work and all that.
Now's the time.
Yeah, so then I went and got my bar license and started practicing law to, you know, so we both right now kind of work 3 days a week, like, but we're kind of not overlapping. So it's like we're working full time, so we don't see each other on the days we go off, which are not really off, but you know.
Yeah. All right. Number 2, based on your knowledge of the city of Durango, what do you feel will be the most significant challenges for a new city attorney? And how would you propose to meet those challenges?
Is on my knowledge?
Yeah.
So I only get the Durango Herald gossip, and I'm not here because I'm in Pagosa, and I understand that you have to take news stories with a grain of salt, and there's different perspectives, and there's an agenda usually in a story, and so I wouldn't assume any of that stuff is true. One thing I do know is that based on talking with other attorneys in the area, is that the city lost their attorney kind of unexpectedly, and there's probably a lot of legal work that's backed up, even just day-to-day stuff, writing ordinances, keeping on top of resolutions. So although I know the town is facing very big challenges, and I know there are bigger legal challenges, I think the initial challenge for the city attorney is going to be organizing and triaging what's kind of been left behind, making sure to get caught up, and it's kind of like, you know, crawl, walk, run, right? Like there's some big things that need to be addressed, but I feel like the little things that keep the town moving is going to be the biggest challenge at first, and then kind of addressing some more complex issues. I think the other part of this is, and that's just my understanding, again, I'm making assumptions, but that there is no team right now that the city attorney would be tasked with finding and or helping to find and hire an assistant attorney and a paralegal, but that we do have help from previous employees. But I think that's going to be one of the biggest things, is getting that team together and kind of triaging all the minutia that's been piled up that could be easily overlooked, but that will, you know, affect the way the town runs. Oh, and I proposed did I answer your question good enough? How I would meet those challenges?
Yes.
Okay.
building the team and organizing and.
Yeah, I think
the
triaging.
work.
Yeah.
Describe a time in which you weighed the pros and cons of the situation and decided not to take action, even though you were under pressure to do so. Why and what was the outcome?
And I'm gonna add, this is a professional.
Okay.
Rather than personal.
Decided not to take action, so it's an omission, or
Well, no, it's
Taking
not
some
that you
action.
omitted it, you chose not to because of the pros and cons,
right.
and even though you may have been pressured to do so.
Okay, well, I'll give you a military example. So as a prosecutor, you are supposed to have complete discretion. Even in the military, your commanding officer can't tell you what case you have to prosecute. So I was under some pressure from a senior officer who she wanted me to, and there was two anyway, they wanted me to take this case and they wanted me to prosecute the case, and I didn't like the case itself. This was back when, I don't know if you remember all the stories about, there's a lot of pressure from civilian sources to prosecute sexual harassment and assaults within the military. I mean, it's still ongoing, but there was this big push for that. And I was what they call a special prosecutor, they call it the SARB, special assistant, whatever it was, just 100 acronyms in there. So I didn't go forward with this case because I was representing the victim in the matter, and they wanted to pressure special victim. And they were pressuring me to basically go forward with this case. Well, I had to weigh the likelihood of this being a successful prosecution and the trauma that was going to put my victim through being a special victim prosecutor. And I was getting a lot of pressure because they wanted numbers, give me numbers, and it was tough. And I told my commanding officer that, morally and ethically, I don't feel like I should try this case. I know that you want me to. Their option is to pull the case to their level and prosecute themselves, which they never do. And so that was very hard because they were my rater and they rated my job. I did get a good rating, and I did get good for personal courage, which was one of the Army values, and I got a good bullet. But at the time, it was very scary because I was a new young felony prosecutor, and that was a tough thing to do. That's one that stuck with me because it was hard, and I was young, and I thought, it would fit in my career, but it didn't. And anyway, that was one of those things where you have to weigh. You can't just look at the law in black and white. There are people involved, and you have to be able to understand the pros and cons and what is going to affect who and how. And of course, I was speaking to that individual. Kind of want to proceed in that way. There were other avenues to proceed to find justice, and so we pursued those other avenues.
Thank you. Can you please describe your ability to handle sensitive political issues and problems? And please, if you could, provide us with some examples of how you dealt with those issues in the past.
Sure. Well, I mean, I know you guys, just like any other municipality, are nonpartisan. So I'm not going to get into blue and red, but I know that there are in small, well, this is compared to smaller cities and in the rural areas in Southwest Colorado, especially. I think one of the major kind of political contests going on is the let's say restricting short-term rentals versus non-restricting short-term rentals, and as that affects affordable housing. So I use that as an example. So I think it's very sensitive because you could end up, you don't want to, as an attorney, at least, from my foxhole, I'm not going to take a stance one way or the other, whether you should or you shouldn't do something, especially if it's a politically charged subject. My job is to walk you through your best choices once you've made a decision. Okay, so if you ask me, how do you think we should restrict short-term rentals and put a cap on it, do a moratorium, whatever, I know that's a hot button issue, and I'm not, especially in publicly, I'm not gonna say, yes, I think you should, or I think you shouldn't. But I will say, there's pros and cons to both, and it depends on what your intent is, and try to unwrap it from the perspective of the city council and what you guys want to do. And so the way that I've dealt with these issues in the past is, first of all, the most important thing is recognizing, okay, wait, this is one of those, there's no middle ground. It's the pros and it's the antis and the pros, and people don't really see eye to eye on it. And it's emotionally charged a lot of times because people feel the pinch and they think, oh, I don't have a house because it's being short-term rented, so the city can make money on the sales tax, and you have these, kind of unrealistic expectations from people, and you might have counselors that own an STR or that have a child that can't afford to live here because they think it's STR. So you just don't want to pick sides, but you do want to be able to look at the issues like from every angle and be able to advise on what are the pros and cons of taking whatever action that you're contemplating taking. So in the short-term rental, I actually wrote a short-term rental ordinance that dealt with density, volume, a 2-year moratorium on like transferring, et cetera, for the town. And I was just able to do that in a very kind of objective way without inserting any of my opinions or trying to make it look the way I thought it should look. So I guess that's my example. I have a ton of others, but I think that's one that's like a hot button issue right now because of affordable housing and the connection people have with that.
Okay. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you, Clayton, and welcome to Durango. I have a question here on how will you develop processes between the city attorney's office and departments for legal review?
Okay. Developing processes. Well, I mean, I think the first step is always like getting to know someone, meeting them, and making sure you have open lines of communication. I think it's important to have at least at first, for me, it would be important to have a standing meeting with all department heads and make sure that they are, that I'm getting the work that they need and they help me prioritize work so that I'm not self-triaging. It's really important to understand what departments, because the city, is this big machine where let's pretend we're moving forward. And I think I really do believe Durango is, but there's, everybody's operating a different piece of the machine, and it's really hard to keep the machine going together at the same time. And so from my perspective, what I would do is meet with, make sure I had open lines of communication, make sure that all department heads meet, they can just contact me whenever they want. Here's my cell phone, text me, call me. But we're also going to have a standing meeting. And at those meetings, I need to know what my office needs to do for you and what timeline. So give me my 10-meter target. What do you want me to knock out first? What's your priorities? Give me those, I'll work on. And then, kind of triage with each department. I think the process would just need to be communication, right? Hey, this is something that's really important. It came up, it's hot. The council wants this done by, the next meeting. I need you to triage it and tell me whether this, like say it's the planning and zoning department, whether we can annex this piece of property, have we got the proper processes, et cetera. And I would, that. You also have to, at the same time, understand that you have multiple departments feeding you work. I think it's very important as part of the process to keep in mind what the council wants, because ultimately it's the decision of the elected body to prioritize work. And I would always be connecting that through the council and through the city manager. I think that's the one touch point where I say, look, I've met with all these people, here's what they want. What do you want me to do? Talking to the city manager based on our attendance at the meetings and our meetings with the councilors and the mayor, what do you think I need to do? And they come up with some sort of probably just an easy algorithm for determining like, hey, the department wants this first, but this department wants this first too, city manager, which one takes priority? And so it'd be kind of like a multi-factorial sort of process to just determine like, hey, what do you want me to do first? And just make sure that I'm getting the work done, the top down ones first, but also making sure that my departments feel heard and that they know that I'm prioritizing their work as well.
Along that same lines.
Okay.
And so if you feel like you've answered it, also you, I'm not saying you have, but if you feel like you can always revert back as well.
Sure.
What process do you use to obtain agreement? And that could be with counselors, with staff, with the community, you know, with your colleagues, which could be a city or the municipal judge. So what process do you use to obtain agreement, and describe a time when you use these processes successfully?
Well, I mean, I think, again, the first thing is to just listen to people and understand perspectives. I think it's incredibly important to understand where everybody is coming from and respect that perspective. And then from an understanding of a person's true motivation and perspective, I think you can always find a common ground. There's always something you can work towards. Okay, like, yes, there's this issue here and you might not agree. And legally, you can kind of get out of this a lot easier with a legal opinion, because you can say, yeah, these are all viable options, but this one has the risk is so minuscule here compared to this, and these are 50-50 decisions. You should go with the one that has the least amount of risk. So I don't try to weasel out of stuff like that usually, but sometimes you can. My major objective usually is to understand people's perspective and try to get them to the same point of reference by finding common ground and saying, like, what is the overall goal and agenda here? Don't we want like this to be the best thing for whatever it is, public health, safety, and welfare, is this a community project? What is going to be the best thing here? Can't we find some common ground to get there? I kind of deploy that all the time. Like, I really want to know especially the military, I listen to my subordinate officers and my paralegals, and I want their input. I want to know that they're thinking critically and that they have an open, that I'm not going to shut them down because I'm in charge, that I'm going to listen to them and process with them what they think is best. And then I do the same thing. Here's my perspective. Here's what I think. And I think in sharing that's sort of, that's more like a democratic leadership style, but also then knowing that no matter what happens, it's my fault. I think that's an important part of getting to an agreement. And I'm looking at this from a leadership perspective. There's also just, hey, we have a bunch of people in the room that don't agree. How do we get there? And I think at the end of the day, everybody just wants to do what they think is best for the city in this circumstance. And so I would just say, well, we can find a way to do what the best thing is for the city, even though we don't disagree on all the little things. So.
Okay, number 7. Lots of questions on this one question.
Okay.
Multi-question.
Okay.
Question. Describe a time when you took a directive rather than a collaborative approach with someone. What was the situation that made this approach necessary? What was the result? And would you use the same approach again, and why?
Yeah, I kind of just answered this.
Yeah.
Okay. So there are times when you have to just, there's tons of, this is going to take a little while or whatever. There are occasions where something has to get done. It is typically it's for me, if I'm going through like, hey, this is what we're going to do, this is how we're going to do it, it's because there's a time crunch. And again, if I'm in charge, I'm going to take the fall. So here's how we're going to do it. But I think when you take a directive approach like that, and it says rather than collaborative, I think that's a really important point to this question. And if you haven't built a relationship with somebody, and if you haven't at least opened the door for a collaborative type of back and forth with someone, then you're not going to get the results you want on a directive approach. So autocracies are great, but those people have to have some sort of respect for the person that is giving them directives. And I personally think that there's definitely a time for directive, But I think it's built off of relationship and communication and collaborative, so that they know that, hey, look, I do respect your opinion. I want you to think critically. We don't have time. I've already thought this through, and this is how we're going to do it. Let's execute together. And so that's, I've done that a lot, especially with military settings where it's like the the general officer comes in, hey, I just got this command directive from higher. I need this done by the end of the weekend. And it's like, okay, because we're on weekends and that's it. And so all of a sudden it's not, hey, what do you think? And how are we going to do this? It's, you go take care of this part, I go take care of this part, and we'll come back together. But again, I think that requires trust. So I think the result a lot is dependent on how good of a leader you are, how you build that trust with your team. And I think that, I've used this a lot, and it's sometimes you end up doing more work than you should because the person's not doing it they want them to, and that's okay. And I would use this approach if I have to. And that's really my answer. Again, yes, I would. I do take directive approaches, but I would only use it when I absolutely have to meet like a deadline. It's not just like, do what I say. That's not my leadership style. My leadership style is much more collaborative and democratic. But also with that little hint of, don't worry, I'm going to be the one in trouble if this fails. So I think those are critical points to leadership.
What are your experiences in dealing with elected officials? Describe a situation in which you have disagreed with the city council on a policy matter and how the matter was resolved.
I have extensive experience with a lot of elected officials, a lot of council members, a lot of trustees, a lot of mayors. I'm assuming when this question's saying if you disagree with the city council member on a policy matter, typically I don't insert my opinion into what a policy should be. So I'm gonna just assume this means that I'm telling there's a disagreement about like the legality of a policy matter, maybe, because I don't, whatever policies you make, if they're legal, I'll find a way to guess for you. But I'm not going to go into a gray area or give you a fluffy answer to make you happy either, because my job is to protect the council as it pertains to their decision making for the benefit of the town. So if I see a risk or a liability, I'm going to be very clear about it. And even if I know it's going to turn the smile into a frown, right? Because I want to be friends. I want to get along with everybody, but I'm not here to just make everybody happy by saying yes to everything. So what I tell people is, look, I will find a way to yes, if it's legal, moral, and ethical, but if it's not there, I'm not going to make it up. I'm not going to lead you into an area of gray area where I don't know what's going to happen or take on unnecessary liability. Now, you're always going to have risk. And so where I disagree, what I would do is just say, look, I disagree with where the direction this policy is going in, and here's why. Is it legally supportable? Yes. But if you go forward with this, I have no idea what the outcome is going to be. And, it will be scrambling and I'll be practicing reactive law and not proactive law, which puts us at a disadvantage. And so I've just been able to, I guess, disagree respectfully, but not in like this is a bad policy, just hey, this is an unnecessary risk, and here's why I think you should maybe consider a different path. Does that
Makes sense.
Okay.
Melissa. On tonight.
Hi there. First of all, yes to reactive law. That sounds good. And then my question to you, Clayton, is if the city had a significant split on an issue, how would you work with members on both sides of the issue to resolve it?
Okay. Yeah, again, I think it's really important that council members know that, or you guys say councilors, right? So councilors know that I'm going to be an objective party. I will not take necessarily a side on a split issue. I will give you an objective opinion as to what side I think is more defensible and or has the least amount of liability. Basically do a risk reward analysis. Hey, here from my perspective, and there's many other perspectives. I'm not saying mine's the only one, but from the legal perspective, here's where this issue split, and here's where I think if we went down road A, what the possibilities are, and road B, what the possibilities are. And again, try to find that common ground and say, look, what are we actually trying to get to? Why are we split? And is there a path C that makes more sense? Or, hey, out of these two paths, neither are great, but this is the best one because we get accomplished whatever the objective or intent is, and it has the least amount of legal risk involved. Because as you know, as soon as you get a lawsuit, as soon as you get somebody filed against you, even if it's absolutely bogus, you have to deal with it, and it slows things down. And so you want to avoid unnecessary litigation quagmires. So that's where I come from on those split issues is there's an odd number of people. So you get 5 people in a room, you're gonna make one choice or another, right? That's the point. So on a 2-3 split though, if the 3s have it, I think it's not the best idea. I probably won't say in a public meeting, but I'm sure that we'll have discussion on it. And hopefully leading up to that, we would have had, if I had an opportunity, I would obviously, again, I would request, and especially particular and nasty sort of like partisan issues, I would request an executive session to talk through legal strategy so the public can hear it. Just let people know like, hey, this is how this could go. But if I say that in public, then I'm just giving cannon fodder to the backgrounds of the world. Oh yeah, I could sue them based on. And so I try not to do that, if that makes sense. And I know I went down a rabbit hole there, but I think that's an important part of that.
Olivier.
Very good. Without naming specific parties involved, can you describe for us a particularly challenging legal issue or court case you have handled and what was the outcome? And if you could relive the experience, would you have done anything differently?
Yeah, so I recently had a lawsuit that I was dealing for a municipal client, and we were being sued over the enactment of it was a voter initiated referendum, and it passed. And from the outset, I knew that the referendum itself was not going to hold constitutional muster. And so it was very difficult because I had to walk my client through the process of, we can't stop it because it's a citizen initiated referendum. The court will not hear it until it passes because there's no case law shows that courts will say we're not going to issue an injunction because it hasn't even passed yet. And so you have this issue of it's not right for us to hear. It's we'll wait to see if it passes. So that you have to let it pass, and then once it passes, you have to walk through okay, I know this is not a constitutionally sound directive coming from the people, but they just voted it in. How do we? And we have no reason to necessarily to stop it. And so in this particular situation, we knew we were going to get either sued by the citizens or we were going to get sued by the conglomerate that was affected by this voter initiated referendum. And it had to do with putting bedroom fees on short-term rentals. And so basically through executive session with my client, what we determined was, I had prepped them that we're going to lose this case. And quite frankly, I think we want to lose this case, but we needed to create the case law so that we could not have to go through this again. Because in our district, we just didn't have the case law. We hadn't been challenged on this particular situation yet. And so, it was incredibly challenging because we wanted to get to an answer. We wanted the court to give us a legal answer that we could do one thing or the other with, but we didn't want to lose on the wrong issue. We wanted to lose on the right issue so that it gave us authority if this happened again. Because the concern is that, say we lose on like a process issue over the constitutionality substance issue, then we can't stop a citizen from, say, doing a referendum that says, I don't want to pay any fees in the town anymore. So we had to lose for the right reason. So it's very complex and challenging. And I had to work with the council and opposing party, I guess, to lose the case right. And that was particularly, and it was hard to kind of walk everybody through that. But I was able to have a good relationship with the prosecuting, they're not prosecuting, the plaintiff team, their attorneys, and steer them towards like, hey, this is the weakness, please just attack the weakness, all this other stuff is too much, it's too easy for the judge to hang their hat on, right? Like, we don't want to lose on that, we want to lose based on substance. And so responding, walking that road between responding but not arguing too much was tough. And so, man, if I could relive it, probably not. You know, litigation is best done once, but I know there'll be another one, and I love the challenge and all the nuances of civil litigation. And if I would have done anything differently, I would have communicated better at the outset with the council, because I knew what was kind of going to happen legally, and I thought through it, but they don't. I was kind of giving them updates versus, and they were getting frustrated because it's litigation. It takes a lot longer than anybody expects. I would have dealt with those expectations on the front end better and just explain like, hey, we're going into litigation. Here's how this is going to work. Here's how things are going to happen, rather than giving them updates as it happened. So I just would have communicated better at the outset, I think, on that particular case.
Making a note here. Going to city council meetings and role roles for the city attorney.
During city council meetings, would you be willing to help council and the mayor in running efficient and effective council meetings, ensuring that we stay on agenda, have equal opportunities for council participation, and follow protocol? And how might you assist council in this process?
Sure. So since I started doing this job, what I realized sitting in on council meetings and trustee meetings was that most attorneys, they were either on the screen or even the ones in person, refused to give an answer in real time, which seemed very frustrating to me, and I could tell council and trustees were frustrated. It was always like, oh, you know, we're into this, oh, how do we undo this, right? Or what do you think, attorney? And they're like, oh, I'll research that, get back to you for the next meeting, instead of trying to think on their feet in real time. Now, what I won't do is, you know, basically practice law on TV.
Right.
But what I will do, and what I have done in the past, is if I know the answer, I will tell you. And often I have, the way I prep for meetings, I've thought through the agenda. I look at whatever laws, and statutes and policies and what's in the charter that connects to that agenda item, and I make myself smart on it, so that when something comes up, it's not the first time I've heard of it and say, oh, I gotta go research that statute. I've already done it, so that if something does come up, I can give an answer hopefully in real time, because that helps move things along. And when things are moving, I feel like there's better participation. It's not just one person, their agenda item that they know about that nobody else does. And so I feel like preparation is key in that. I'm very happy to help walk council members through my understanding of Robert's rules, which I think everybody has a different, there's always somewhere where even really smart attorneys say, no, I don't think it means that, I think it means this. I particularly like to empower council members and trustees to understand, like, look, Robert's rules is not codified. I like Bob's rules.
Yeah.
And I like helping in this form of government, the mayor acting as the chairperson of the meeting, controlling the meeting in whatever way is fair and equitable. I don't care about like, oh, well, if you do this, you can do that. Now, if somebody puts a motion to the table and it's seconded, and then you discuss it, and then you get back and you don't remember what the motion was, or you pass a motion and there's a mistake, then I'll help you unwind that, right? Okay. You can't just say, oh, let's start that over. You have to say, will you take back your second? Will you withdraw your motion? And then you unwrap it, and then you can start over. And so that's one of 100 Robert's Rules examples. And I love helping council walk through protocol, especially in meetings. And I feel like typically the mayor and councilors do a really good job of that. But if there is a question, I like to just develop the relationship with council, and particularly the mayor. They could just be like, hey, Clay, what do you think about that? Does that work? did I phrase the motion right? You know, will that pass muster? And I'll say, you know, yes, or maybe you'd like to help word it like this, and give an example. And I've been helpful. I've done that successfully, and I've done that where they're like, yeah, I don't like the way that sounds.
Kind of in the same vein, are you comfortable actively participating in meetings, perhaps even interrupting when necessary to ensure that council follows rules and regulations and stays out of trouble? Have you done this in previous roles, and what did it look like?
Yes, and it looks ugly.
Have you been involved? It looks ugly?
Well, just because you gotta do it, you have to do it in a really smart way. I would say that tongue in cheek. Because whenever you stop the flow of a meeting, you have, so I'm very careful. I have done that, but I'm very careful when and why I do it. I only do it if I think, like you said, you're about to do something that's we're gonna have to unravel later, like at another meeting before we enact something. I'm like, hey, the way we did that and what you did is you're not gonna be able to do it. I mean, I think there's a lot of examples. And what happens is if you don't stop it right there and say, you know, I think you should back up, then at the next meeting you have to do the dance, right? Like, oh, you know, we passed this, but we're gonna have to, I withdraw my second, I withdraw that. You can undo a decision made at a previous meeting as long as you haven't taken any action on that decision, right? I don't like doing it that way. So yes, I have stopped people, and yes, I will say, you know, okay, you can't, you know, for whatever reason, the motion you made, you can't do that way. You need to unwrap it, do it a different way. But I am very careful.
I would rather do that than have
Absolutely.
our friend in Pagosa come and sue us again.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. So typically what I do is I'm like, hey, you did that wrong. And this is, you know, you have to do it in a way that's, you know, I think, you know, Madam Mayor or Councilor Youssef, I understand what your motion you're trying to make. I think maybe if we worded it differently, or I think maybe you should consider this before, you know, making this decision or putting that motion on the table, whatever the case may be. And I'm just picking on you, Councilor Youssef, because you're on TV, I'm sorry. But whatever that might look like, I have done that, I've done it a lot, and it has to do with the major ones and the ones that are they get a little bit sticky, is conflict issues, right? And so when you move into something and you know someone has, I don't know, like, okay, this is another example. I have a client where one of the trustees is a major developer in that area. And they're basically conflicted out talking about anything that has to do with like major zoning changes, master planning, like all that, because they own a huge portion of, through their company and other people, but they're owners of a large portion of the municipality. And it gets, all of a sudden, we're talking about utilities and it somehow snakes into zoning, and then all of a sudden we're in a pickle and you can't have this person weigh in or make a decision or insert an opinion because we could be unwrapping it down the road in litigation. Because half the people that don't want that development are going to say, well, this person is a developer and they sit on your council and they influence you. We're going to, you know, file a lawsuit and get it undone, and they might be successful. So in those cases, I think are the most important ones where I will interject and say, hey, you know, just let's all take a step back. If anybody has a conflict here, say, you know, state your conflict, your cues, and, you know, step out for this part of the discussion. That's always a little bit testy, but I do it. It's a hard thing, but I do it. And I've always gone back and talked to the councilors or mayors or whoever it is and say, look, this is not personal. I don't want to call you out. I'm not trying to embarrass you. I do it in a very subtle way that's not accusatory. But I think, you know, to be able to do that, you have to have some sort of relationship. They have to at least trust you doing what's best for the group and for the city as a whole versus taking into account individual, you know, individuals' agendas and motivations. And I know nobody means to create a conflict or do something criminal or not criminal, but, you know, sometimes you just can't see it, right? If it's you can't see it. So you need somebody to kind of interject. So I went way down the rabbit hole on that one, but
That's
that
good.
is a very
Yeah.
important one, and there were lots. 6 minutes.
Absolutely.
Tell us what you know of the legal issues and challenges that Durango currently faces.
Well, I know that you guys are having a heck of a time with sunshine law issue stuff recently. I know it's minor, but it's a pain. I understand that. I feel your frustration. Cora and COML, which are the meeting and record portions of the sunshine laws, are complicated. They're kind of convoluted, and I have my own advice on that stuff, but I know that's an issue. I think there's an easy way to fix it, and I have ideas for that. But anyway, I think there's an easy way to fix that. I think it's important to do things publicly as much as possible, and only call on an exemption or exception if it's clear. That's kind of my advice, and quite frankly, it usually works. The reason that you're wanting to accept something is to protect someone else, and that's why those kind of personnel and other exemptions are in there. But my advice is usually like, look, hey, this might be a pain. We'll redact it and do it, instead of saying, well, no, this document's technically part of this, and we should try to exempt the whole thing, because I feel like just end up getting yourself into more trouble than it's worth. So that's one of the issues I know of. I also know that you are facing other kind of major, which is a legal issue in my mind, is the whole, how do we, you have safety of your citizens, of course. I mean, I think everywhere in Colorado we have a crime rate and a slowly reduced prosecution rate, which, as a prosecutor, I don't understand. I think there's a way to prosecute people fairly, but I know that new laws are coming out that have made it very difficult for municipal courts to be active. I know that you guys are dealing with affordable housing, and I know that although not necessarily a legal issue, there are a lot of legal implications, because you're dealing with how do we incentivize for, how do we use our URA here to incentivize development? How do we deed restrict this? How do we negotiate this? So I do think that a lot of the major issues that cities are facing have a legal perspective, if that makes sense. And so I know you guys are facing the typical Southwest rural Colorado issues, which are, I want my community to grow, but I want it to grow in a responsible and safe manner. I want housing for my workers and for my say workforce, but I want housing for normal people that aren't, second home rich Texans. And I want, and I think the town does a good job with this, but I'll just leave it at that. I think that those are some of the major issues, and some of it's day-to-day stuff, and some of it's like big picture 10-year projected planning stuff. And I think legally, you got to have somebody that understands the area and how and what the perspective is going forward and how to get there responsibly.
Melissa.
Great. I was wondering if you could tell us what are some of the best practices that a small city like Durango needs to utilize in their legal department?
Best practices?
Yes.
Well, look, I mean, I know small city, big town, whatever it is, legal department really needs to understand where other departments are going, kind of like my analogy earlier, that we're all moving in a direction. And if legal department is one of those departments where if you don't understand what everybody else is doing and what the goal is of the council and what the city manager is trying to do for the council to get you to the place it is that we're going, it gets really clunky really quick. Because we are, as a city, we make our decisions based in, one ordinance, one resolution, one motion at a time. And if legal isn't involved with making sure that Even just the outset, those whereas clauses, I've seen whereas clauses get clients into litigation because they just didn't use the right statute or say the right thing or appropriately, they kind of threw somebody in a deep end rather than kind of like letting them in slowly. You know what I mean? Whereas we have the power to do this, whereas this is the reason that we're doing it and et cetera, versus like, we're a city council, we're putting a moratorium on short-term rentals. And here's what the ordinance looks like in 4 pages of something, that a layperson can't read, and then you're in trouble. So anyway, I'm digressing. I think the most important part of like a best practice, honestly, is just open communication and understanding that and integrating all the different departments, I guess, with their needs legally, and making sure that is also being addressed and blessed off on by the city manager. I think that is so important to have that. As soon as your attorney loses track of what the city manager and where they're going and what they're telling their department staff and leadership meetings, like, you might as well just be on the moon doing legal work from a fax machine, because it doesn't matter. Oh, I need to write this ordinance. Okay. Without context, without that touch point, and without understanding what other departments are trying to do, you're not working efficiently or effectively. So I think that's really the one best practice is communicate, coordinate, and do not necessarily what you think you want to do first. Because I tend towards like, oh, well, I have 100 ordinances, right? I better just sit down and write them all. Because you get momentum and you want to do what's easy first. I think that's human nature. And so I allow the city managers and the council to tell me what to do, and I just do it. They tell me as best is what's best.
Okay. Olivier.
Yes, thank you. This is the closing part. Do you have any questions for us, or would you like to make any closing statements?
I don't think I have any questions. I think I understand, where we're at. It was, I got to kind of see the city from a different perspective in my orientation yesterday, which is, I think I understand, I get what you guys want and what you're looking for. I have a track record to get things done. I'm a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army. I run a leadership team. I have advanced leadership training in those areas. I think that's important because I don't think a classically trained attorney has the same type of leadership skills as someone with my background. And I think that's going to be very important for this particular job. As far as just the legal work goes, I'm very familiar with home rule municipalities. I've lived in Southwest Colorado for 7 years. I understand the complexities and kind of the growth rate here, where we have people influx coming and going and buying and selling, and how these kind of markets affect a local population that isn't representative of the people that are here, right? I know that we have 20,000 people, and during the summer, during peak winter season, we probably have 40,000 people. I don't know what the number is. I'm sure you guys have done studies. And so I understand that. I have a track record for being able to get things done and understanding the needs of the town in relationship to what's actually happening from external factors. And I do have the leadership ability and experience to do this sort of job. And that excites me. And I understand that looking at my resume and looking at what I've done in the past, I'm not a big city attorney yet. I'm not coming from, being the Denver city attorney or anything like that. I get it. This is a level up for me, but that's something I know I can do. And I understand that you guys are like, oh, this guy's been doing all these small towns. I have, and I've been juggling a lot of small towns between statutory and home rule with private clients, and I keep it all rolling. This would give me an opportunity to focus on one thing and do it really well.
Thank you. I actually think some of us may have questions. I know I have a question, but I also was wondering if anyone else, I'll let someone else start with questions. Okay, I will start. It was something you said made me think about a situation or a potential situation, and I'd like to know if you felt a counselor was doing something that could put the city at risk. As legal counsel, recognizing that you serve all of council as a body, how would you handle it if you thought that one particular, any one of us could be putting the city at risk by our actions?
Diplomatically and subtly at first, if we could. So I think the first step is bringing it up with city manager and making sure the city manager is read it, because they're the conduit to council most often. I mean, I think in my experience, at least the city manager works with all the staff and they work with the councilors and the mayors more than I do face to face. So I would make sure to make them aware, and then because it's mine, I would have that difficult conversation. I'd ask the city manager, like, hey, I think we need to talk with counselor, whoever, not Yusuf. She would
Yusuf.
She would
Choose me.
she would never do this.
The one in the dark.
Mayor Noseworthy, we have, I had this was what happened, and here's why we think this might be a problem. I think that you might have a conflict here that you don't see it. There's an appearance of impropriety, and to protect the character of the situation, I want to bring this to your attention and let you do with it what you will. And I would do that with the city manager and the person quietly. It's as a first step. This has happened.
Yeah.
So then what happens? Okay, so the next step, if that person ignores the advice, they don't like it, or they say, no, you know what, you're wrong. I don't have beliefs. Conflicts are always easy. And they happen. I don't believe I do have a conflict, so I'm going to the meeting, because I say, I can't stop you, neither can the city manager. You are an elected official. But if they do go to the meeting, then that's when we send a confidential to all council members. Hey, this person's been advised that we think they have a conflict. Okay. Then it's up to the counselors to police their person. And how that works is I say, you're going to have to bring this up in public, because this is almost all, and I've never seen it go past this next step, which is public pressure in a meeting where you bring up and you say, we think you have a conflict. Attorney, what do you think about this person's conflict? And then I'm the bad guy and I say, I think there is a per se conflict here based on your code of conduct in the Colorado Constitution. Or I say, this is a appearance of impropriety. I don't know if there's a per se conflict, but if we're talking about it, odds are other people are seeing and talking about it too. And I would advise that, the person recuse. And at that point, I've never seen somebody say, nope, I'm staying. Because they know that we have just given the Matt Roans of the world a lawsuit if they stay. And we have to undo whatever it is that they're participating in and start over. And at that point, if that person continues, that they're not the, people zooming in, the people in the audience, the other elected officials, they know at that point, all right, this person is not on team Durango. This person's on team, conflict. And
Team for themselves.
And that's that. And then what the other counselors can do is just refuse to take an action on that item until that person figures it out. Because knowing at that point, if you vote on a matter and they're involved, even if they lose, you could get turned around. So you have to, at that point, basically table it. And I would have already prepped the council on that during that confidential memo. Like, this person refuses to step down and they're involved in this discussion. My advice to you is to not vote on this. Just as one example. Conflicts are always fun.
That's an easier example,
Yeah.
actually.
It isn't easy. If you have a more difficult example, I'd be willing to
No.
go down. Same sort of approach. Start small, only pyramid up if you have to. And I think public pressure is really the last resort, because it looks bad for everybody, but it often is what has to be done with someone that isn't, I don't know, being reasonable.
Any other questions? Okay.
So I'm gonna try to explain this better than I have in the past, but there's a thing here called comparison analysis, which got created from some responses you gave to it, like a personality survey kind of thing. Council also did the same kind of personality survey for what are we looking for?
Mhm.
And then Baker Tilly compares the two and sees where they might be a little bit out of balance. And then Yolanda has usually has some great questions to help us understand why you might have perceived it differently than we do or they don't now.
Okay.
One of them had to do with personal accountability and the other one had to do with flex.
You talked a lot about personal accountability, actually.
Okay.
In some of your other responses, but I guess talk about a time when it was necessary for you to admit to others that you made a mistake and how did you handle it?
Let's see, on last week I was supposed to show up for orientation.
That part.
And I think and that and little things and big things, look, people make mistakes, right? And that was one of those ones where I was like, looked back and I made a mistake. And what did I say? I made a
It's all on
mistake.
you.
I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I have no excuse for it. It was just a blunder and it was very out of character because I'm very like, there's a calendar and and I make it, right? You know, if I'm not 30 minutes early, I'm late. And that's just how it goes. And so that was one of those like, like, and it was the worst possible case scenario too, right? Because you can't undo a first impression. And so I did like I do all of my mistakes, which is look, I messed this up. My fault. Anything I can do to fix it, I will. But I can't undo the past. I can just do better going forward. And for me, that is accountability, right? It's not not messing up. It's admitting when you mess up that you messed up. Because what I don't like, what I think personal accountability is when somebody like messes up and and you can just see them running in circles, chasing their tail, trying to explain it away or make excuses, and that's just a waste of time. I don't play that game, and I don't know about to be really honest, I very much dislike I think they have a place and I participated in them, but I very much dislike are you a 10F personality or, all the different like personality things. I think it's impossible, even if you had 100 categories, to boil somebody down into these things. Anyway, I understand their purpose. And so whatever it was, that's my kind of mantra of personal accountability is I will mess up, but when I do it, I will take responsibility.
Well,
Does
that's
that
the
kind
way
of answer your question?
Yolanda, that's why she has these questions, so that it helps us to better understand.
Yeah.
So because it's not necessarily.
And you were only a yellow.
Yeah.
So you weren't a red.
Oh.
So it was just a yellow, just
The yellow
like
is a
warning
red.
fair.
So, so I don't know what that could have been about.
It's okay,
but-
don't worry.
No.
And I will say, no one's a perfect match.
No, it's just,
So that concerns me.
it's no right or wrong, it's just exploratory.
Does that help? Does that answer the question?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You've got one
and you,
more.
and you
Okay.
did take accountability. So,
I was looking for someone to blame it first, I'll be honest. I'm like, my secretary messed this up, and I'm like, nope, it's me, all me.
okay, so around flexibility, provide an example of when you were forced to change priorities or direction, and how did you feel when you were first confronted with this change?
I was forced to change priorities or direction. Well, I mean, I think circumstances do that a lot, and I think, you are going down a certain path and something happens and you're all constantly forced to be flexible in your decision-making and be flexible in, how you kind of deviate or divert from a plan. And there's a saying in the military that, you have to plan to win, but as soon as the first bullet flies, your plan falls, you start planning again because you just never know how somebody else is going to react. And so I personally think I'm very flexible in that, meaning I'm not easily convinced of something or taken off my mark, but, not in a stubborn way, but just in like, you're not gonna be able to like soft talk me out of something that I think is best, right? Like, well, are you sure? Because I think it'd be better if we did that. Isn't gonna work. But if I see like, change in circumstances and we have to redirect a plan, or even if I have put in a ton of time and energy into it, sometimes it's best to just go in an opposite direction. And I'm always, happy to, take the whatever the different line in the road is. I feel like I'm flexible in that way. But no, I do admit that like some of those questions, I'm like, no, yeah, like once we're going in a certain direction, I think it's good. It will take some convincing, and but I mean, it's not, it has to be reasonable, I guess I'd say. There's a reasonable reason, or if there's a reasonable explanation to do something different, then I'll do it. But,
Thank you.
if that makes sense. I think I'm flexible, maybe that the test it.
Do you have more questions?
So I didn't say you weren't, it was just.
It was yellow.
63. Olivia and Melissa, do you have any questions? Because I do have one.
I think I'm good. I think I'm good right now. You keep going.
So I have, Olivia, did you come up? I didn't see if you were shaking your head. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
shake 'em.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You used the term if it's legal or ethical, which I found very interesting. And I think legal is probably the easier to determine.
Absolutely.
And so I wondered if you could provide an example of some of your, either a client that you've had to work with, so a city council member or a council as a body, or a superior from the Army, where you didn't think the behavior was, legal would be the easy one, but you didn't think the behavior was moral or ethical. And how did you handle that? Recognizing that they are one of your bosses.
Sure.
Or, if you're a council of 5, they're one of 5.
Sure. I have a really good one that's not military, well, it's Department of Defense, but this one I was a civilian working for Department of Defense. I was they call government civilians, a GS worker. So we had a major, like a CID brought me a major case from one of our, it was a can't fail contractor. And
Is that like a bank?
like a Boeing
Oh, okay,
or a Lockheed Martin.
okay.
And they're building, I oversaw a major region and dealt with all the fraud involved, and this was they were building a weapon system for the military. And the CID is like, this company is, basically were one of their subcontractors. They were turning their eyes for a Buy American Act issue where they're buying parts from an illegal source. But it was the only way to get these parts and keep it on track. And the fraud department figured it out, and my CID agent figured it out. My boss was good, but my boss's boss, like the director or exec, like the ECMA and the Boeing executive staff had a meeting with us, and they were trying to get us to avert basically don't prosecute this case because it's going to slow up this part. I mean, we didn't do it right. We didn't ask for the variance, blah, 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 but we really need you kind of like to look the other way here. And to me, I was like, absolutely not. I am not, legally, I have complete prosecutorial discretion. It's we could have basically been like, you know what, this is for the greater good. You can always do the convince yourself. But there was a way to deviate from that. Well, it's like a variance, right? It's like giving somebody a variance after the fact that you just don't want to deal with it. To me, that's not right. There's a way to do it. Ethics are gray, but they're there, right? You guys have an incredibly robust ethics code compared to most other municipalities. Most other municipalities just cut and paste the Constitution portion, right? And you guys have like a 4-page with appeal process, and I think it's very interesting. It's very good. So that's different, but the moral part is the tough part where, to me, that wasn't right. And I said, that's not going to happen. I mean, we're talking like, threatening job type conversation.
Yeah.
And I just said, well, you have to fire me, but processes, or I'm going to go through my process because that was the right thing to do. I don't know. I guess that was one of my most dramatic examples, I'd say.
Thank you, thank you. I want, no one else has anything. You also, what were you saying? You gave us a bit of a closing statement just before we get into questions, so, but I wanted to give you the final word, I think, in the sense of not answering a question. If there's anything that we didn't ask you that you thought we should have, or any point that you felt that you weren't able to make that you want us to be aware of.
I don't think so. I mean, just remember my closing remarks, I guess, and how good they were and how they're going to stick with you. No. I will say that I was incredibly impressed with how much effort the city put into this and how I've been exposed to, executive level scrutiny and interviews from different sources, DOD, Army, private sector, and Baker Tilly and Yolanda were incredible. I mean, professional, thorough, completely typically I'll say there's some part of it where you're like, that doesn't make any sense. They're having us jump through this weird loophole because it's on their checkbox. I felt like whatever they did for you was manicured for the city and could not have been any more on point. So kudos, and I'll say that it's been a pleasure going through the process. Whether you hire someone else or not, it's been really interesting. It's been a pleasure, and it's kind of opened my eyes a lot to city west of here that we used to just be good for some place to go that wasn't Pagosa, and a nice regional airport. I realized over the last few months how similar this is to where I live and to what other western slope and southwest communities are going through, and how there's a way to fix it, do it right, and if you're trying, then I love being a part of those solutions. And I have clients that are not trying, and so it's frustrating. So I see that you guys are trying so hard, and it makes me excited to possibly be a part of it. So.
Great, thank you. I'll walk you out, Clayton, because you have another session yet. It was great meeting you.
Thank you.
Yes, have a good one.
See you again.
Thank you, Clayton.
You
Treat, I
as
know you're
well.
gonna be here.
Yeah.
Let me come back and wrap up the meeting so we can close it out.
Thank you again.
Well, listen, Councilor Youssef is waiting.
Yeah, thank you.
You guys online.
Thank you. I wasn't there. Thank you so much. Bye.
Okay, let's turn this on.
Was that your absentee ballot?
We all do mail in here.
It's all mail-in.
It's been for years.
Since before COVID. we did
Really?
it, yeah.
That's
We're
cool.
like the leader in the nation in this.
Oh.
And we're considered one of the most secure voting states in the nation.
Oh,
You can vote in person if you
Okay.
want to, but absolutely, it's mail-in. And we just usually drop it. There's drop boxes.
Everywhere, there's one right here, so that's nice. I was like, when I saw it on my desk, and I was like, oh, I should drop that off.
Oh, I did figure it out when I walked in.
Yay.
Okay, so I just want to go over logistics for tomorrow, if I may. We are, hopefully, we will take a vote, but we are hopefully going into executive session tomorrow morning. I don't have my calendar, so remind me of what time that is.
It is at 9 a.m.
So it'd be 9 a.m. when we're
Okay.
on a special session. Prior to that, I'm hopeful that you will receive a confidential statement from Jose that represents the views, strengths and weaknesses from the executive leadership team. So hopefully that would be tonight. So we have that beforehand tomorrow, what the
Great.
executive thought on each of the candidates. So it would be will not be in their individual opinions, it'll be one collective on each candidate. Yolanda, you'll be with us tomorrow as well in the executive session. Should we need more clarifications, need you to look at anything? So I appreciate that. I want to make sure everyone's there. We need to, and I also want to say, one of the questions that came up yesterday was one of the candidates really had a question about, do I have the endorsement, of the whoever is hired, wanting to know that you had the endorsement. So making certain that all 5 of us were here and participated in that regard, especially with the change in council coming up. And so I recognize that, I guess I want to recognize that each of these candidates at some level takes a risk, right? And so I think that I'm pleased with that they feel like there's a thoughtful process and that we've been committed to the process. So I want to thank you all for that. I will see you tomorrow just before 9 o'clock.
And
And on
then Mayor, just to confirm, I looked at the links, so I'll log into just the special meeting first, then I'll log out, then I'll log into the executive session, correct?
Yes,
Yes.
and then back to the special meeting afterwards.
And on that note,
Okay,
we'll close this meeting down. Thank you.
great, thank you.
Kim, let me just stop. that recording.
Congratulations, you guys clearly killed it.
This is awesome.
Minus maybe a reminder to him to show up to his